further ado, let's officially open the short course with the remarks. So first, let me invite Mr. Bill Duggan as the FINCAPES project director to deliver opening remarks to us. So please welcome Mr. Bill Duggan.
Terima kasih Pak Aziz. Bisa dengar saya? Bisa ya. Okay, selamat pagi. Good morning to everyone who is in the room here with us. That's a little sedikit. And selamat pagi dan selamat bergabung to all our friends who have joined us online virtually. We're really happy to have so many people here in person, and we're also happy to have so many people who have decided to join us online. First, I'd like to say welcome again to everyone. We're very pleased to have everyone together. We've been working on preparing this short course for a few months now, so it's great to have everyone here. Welcome and many thanks to Professor Susan Elliott, who will be leading the training. Susan, thanks so much for coming so far. A warm welcome also to Ms. Tara Chen, who is our co-instructor, who is also a PhD candidate from the University of Waterloo. Thanks, Tara, for coming. It's a pleasure to have you both here. Thanks, big note of thanks to Professor Brent Doberstein, just behind me here, from the Department of Geography and Environmental Management under the Faculty of Environment from University of Waterloo. Brent has also been helping us to put together all the pieces and has been providing good advice as we roll out not only this short course, but also the entire project and the need-based solutions component. A warm welcome to everyone else. I believe Professor Dodik will be joining us shortly. He's at another event. But Professor Dodik from IPB, who is of course the Dekan Pasca Sarjana, he will join us shortly. A warm welcome to everyone from all the various universities, from IPB, of course, but I know we have people here from UNRI, from UNILA, from Prasetya Mulia, from UNJA, and from many other universities. Do we have anyone here from the government? Yeah. From BRIN? Okay. Terima kasih kepada peserta-peserta dari BRIN. Kalau ada dari kementerian atau lembaga lain. Oke, dari KLK dan AKP? Oh, KKP, oke. Ya, jadi selamat datang kepada teman-teman dari KLK dan KKP. Dan apakah ada dari NGO yang sempat hadir? Oke. Jadi ada beberapa, saya tidak akan nama satu demi satu, tapi selamat datang dan kami senang sekali ada teman-teman dari beberapa NGO juga yang bisa berpartisipasi dalam ini. Saya tidak akan bicara lama, saya hanya ingin mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas semangatnya dan antusiasme untuk short course ini. Nanti sebentar lagi, Professor Brent akan menggambarkan apa sih proyek FINCAPES ini, kami punya tujuan dan maksud apa. Kemudian beliau akan lebih menjelaskan mengenai komponen, terima kasih, mengenai komponen nature-based solutions ini atau solusi berbasis alam. Tapi mungkin saya akan menjelaskan sedikit mengenai apa maksud dan tujuan short course ini dan mengapa bagi kami menganggap ini cukup penting. Saya kira seperti kita mungkin semua tahu, di mana-mana di dunia perubahan iklim semakin pesat dan semakin serius. Kita lihat ada makin banyak musibah, baik kebakaran hutan atau banjir atau longsor atau musim kemarau yang sangat intensif dan panjang. Sekarang di bagian Kanada Timur mereka sedang menerima banyak sekali salju, luar biasa, lebih daripada biasa. Sedangkan di California pada hari ini mereka sedang menerima semacam atmospheric river, dikatakan sungai di dalam langit, ya, karena memang terlalu banyak hujan sekaligus. Itu baru dua contoh. Dan kita tahu oleh karena ada El Nino tahun ini di beberapa daerah termasuk Indonesia semakin panas. musim kebakaran hutan mulai agak cepat tahun lalu. Untungnya tidak terlalu serius, tapi masih cukup signifikan. Dan kita pernah lihat di Yunani tahun lalu, pertama-tama ada kebakaran hutan yang sangat signifikan. Kemudian lagi 2-3 minggu lagi ada terlalu banyak hujan. Dan tentu saja ada juga degradasi hutan, degradasi ekosistem seperti lahan gambut, seperti mangrove, yang tentu saja berdampak pada perubahan iklim. Oleh karena itu, pemerintah Indonesia melalui baik KLHK maupun Badan Restorasi Gambut dan Mangrove atau BRGM sudah menentukan beberapa target ya atau sasaran untuk restorasi gambut dan restorasi mangrove. Targetnya cukup ambisius ya. Kalau saya tidak salah untuk lahan gambut targetnya sampai akhir tahun ini adalah 1,2 juta hektar, cukup luas. Dan untuk mangrove 600.000 hektar, jadi cukup banyak juga. Jadi harapan kami proyek ini kami bisa mendukung proses restorasi tersebut ya tentu saja melalui upaya restorasi langsung di beberapa lokasi, tapi juga dengan dukungan dan bantuan teknis untuk penelitian terapan seperti ini supaya kita bisa mencari metode inovasi, mungkin terobosan supaya restorasi lahan gambut dan mangrove bisa semakin efektif dan mungkin semakin cepat juga. Jadi maksud short course ini adalah untuk membahas metode-metode penelitian terapan dengan fokus pada penelitian yang sangat praktis. Jadi maksud penelitian ini bukan untuk melakukan penelitian yang sangat akademis. Okay. Mudah-mudahan penelitian-penelitian bapak dan ibu-ibu yang akhirnya mengikuti program penelitian terapan kami, mudah-mudahan nanti lama-kelamaan akan ada paper atau journal article atau sesuatu yang bisa diterbitkan. Tapi itu bukan tujuan utama. Tujuan utama adalah untuk menghasilkan atau mendapatkan informasi dan inovasi yang bisa diterapkan di beberapa lokasi lain di Indonesia untuk mempercepat dan mendukung proses restorasi. Okay. Jadi oleh karena itu Profesor Susan dan Tara akan sangat menekankan application, okay, dan practicality. Okay. Tapi tentu saja desain, research dan sebagainya harus unggul ya. Kita semua tahu kalau kita mulai dengan desain yang agak lama pasti produknya, hasilnya ya tidak akan optimal. Ya, jadi secara singkat itulah tujuan kita semua minggu ini. Tentu saja sesi-sesi yang akan dilaksanakan dimaksudkan untuk mendapatkan diskusi, tanya jawab dan sebagainya. Jadi jangan segan-segan kalau ada sesuatu Anda tidak mengerti atau kalau Anda mau bertanya, baik orang yang ada di dalam ruangan ini atau bagi teman-teman online, kalau Anda bisa sampaikan pertanyaan atau pesanan Anda kepada timnya di sini, kami akan mencoba sebaik-baik mungkin untuk menjawab itu. Okay, so Susan, I was just explaining just the whole modus operandi and the focus on practicality and applicability, and ideally it will also lead to publications and that kind of thing. But that's not the ultimate. That's not the ultimate objective. The ultimate objective is to come up with knowledge, innovations, maybe breakthroughs that can be replicated and can help the government of Indonesia to accelerate and expand its restoration and conservation activities. Saya kira demikianlah dari saya. Saya ingin ucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada teman-teman dari IPB sebagai tuan rumah. We're really happy to be back here. We've used this room in the past with other projects. It's always very practical. Jadi kami senang sekali balik ke sini. Saya tahu ada banyak peserta di sini yang menginap pas di sampingnya, jadi cukup praktis. Jadi semoga ini bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Thanks again to everyone for coming. Thanks to Susan, to Brent, to Tara, and to certainly Azmi and the team from FinCapes. Thanks also to our translators and to our technical team for helping with the broadcasting of this online to all of our remote participants. So semoga bermanfaat sekali and selamat sukses. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Bill, for the opening remarks. Kebanyakan Pak Bill ngomong pakai bahasa Indonesia ya, terus saya MC-nya pakai bahasa Inggris. Thank you, Pak Bill. So actually, after remarks from Pak Bill, we would have remarks from Professor Dodik Ridwan Nur Rahmat, but he's still on the way because he has teaching schedule this morning, but he will join shortly. So I will continue to the next session. So before we start the main session of the short course, Professor Brand Doberstein, Associate Professor from Department of Geography and Environmental Management, Faculty of Environment, University of Waterloo, will provide the overview of NbS and also about the applied research proposals program from FINCAPES project. So, Bran, over to you.
Terima kasih banyak, Ibu Azmi. Saya bisa bicara bahasa Indonesian sedikit, tapi Pak Bill bahasa Indonesian jauh lebih baik dari bahasa saya. So I will switch to English for my presentation. I'm very, very pleased to be here after many months of planning and thinking and discussions with our partners here at IPB. And we hope this provides some amazing opportunities for you as researchers and community practitioners and development practitioners surrounding the concept of nature-based solutions. So when my slide comes up, my plan for the presentation is to give you a quick overview of nature-based solutions. I'm sure many of you know fully well what that means, what the implications are, but it's a good foundation for your research proposals if you decide to put in a proposal. So I'm starting with this image here, particularly green image, and this is what we think of when we think of nature-based solutions. We think of mangroves, we think of peatlands, we think of intact forest. We also think of restoring what used to be intact green environments. So this is really why I wanted to start with this image. Okay. So briefly, I'll just go through what are nature-based solutions. If you prefer to read the Bahasa Indonesian text, just focus on the red for my whole presentation. I'll give you some context on why Indonesia is focusing so much on nature-based solutions. And I think for some of you, you could probably tell me better than I can tell you. But again, I would like to provide a foundation for everybody. I'll then talk about how FINCAPES decided to move into this theme of nature-based solutions and make this a priority, one of 3 priorities in this 5-year project. And then I'll finally get to the applied research program and some of the details. But I will say that we are still finalizing some of the details for the call for proposals. And everybody who is attending this course, whether you are here today or attending virtually, all of you will receive full details on the call, and we'll be able to answer questions. I think there might be a lag. There we go. The very first time I heard the term nature-based solutions, I focused on the word solutions, and my literal response was, solutions for what? It's like a sentence that is not finished, and I needed to know how to finish that sentence. So this graphic here on the right-hand side, I think, does a good job of explaining all of the many challenges that nature-based solutions are trying to address. So firstly, we think about natural hazards. Indonesia faces a number of different natural hazards, and many of those are linked to the environment. So we have coastal erosion linked to coastal forests. We have mass movement or landslides, and often that is triggered by deforestation or forest conversion. We have flooding, and we know flooding is linked to cover and green cover and forests on the landscape. Wildfire is a key hazard for Indonesia that can be addressed through nature-based solutions. We also have this issue of climate change, a very small issue. I'm joking. It's a huge issue, and we are increasingly recognizing the importance of nature-based solutions to address climate change and hopefully to limit climate change. And then finally, environmental degradation. And environmental degradation is a problem in almost every country on the planet, not limited to Indonesia. And so we can look at environmental problems such as loss of soil fertility and think about ways to reverse or stabilize soil fertility and ideally bring that back to a much more natural level. And all of these problems are intertwined. It is almost impossible to focus on just climate change or just hazards or just environmental degradation. They have linkages together, and we need to address those as an intertwined problem. Another problem that's indicated on this graphic on the right-hand side is sustainable development. And we see that as a key feature when we're looking at elements like restoring forests that have been degraded or removed. Often the reason that those forests were removed in the first place is for economic development, but not sustainable development. So we realize the central importance of people when we're talking about nature-based solutions, and especially poverty reduction and economic development that is sustainable over many decades. One of the key organizing features of nature-based solutions is recognizing that the environment has really gotten it right in terms of how do we stabilize hazards or prevent hazards. We often look to nature for the solutions that we need for our current problems. So for example, a coastline that naturally has very healthy mangroves or very healthy offshore coral reefs is already protected from coastal erosion and large storm waves. And so when we're trying to restore those kinds of coastlines, we just learn from nature and we try and replicate what nature has already done very successfully. So you can see here a nature-based solution on a degraded coastline is to restore coral reefs and restore mangroves as best as we can. So we just refer to that as biomimicry. We are mimicking what is done biologically and environmentally. And that's a key feature that you can stress in your research. Many of you will understand the challenge that Indonesia is facing. Mangrove deforestation and peatland removal or conversion was a significant problem for many decades in Indonesia. And this received global attention. And I think really the Indonesian government is taking this now very seriously and is beginning to revert or try to reverse the degradation that happened through the 1980s, 1990s, and the 2000s. So as you all know, mangroves have been converted to aquaculture and peatlands converted for tropical timber and palm oil plantation. And for both mangroves and peatlands, Indonesia has lost about 50% of what it used to have. So that's the challenge. How do we restore millions and millions of hectares of these degraded landscapes? This might have been maybe a background issue in Indonesia, except for the fires in 2015, which seemed to focus attention. We know major disasters often serve as a focusing event, a chance for the government to really identify a problem and then return to that problem with a series of policy statements and practical applications and reforestation. So 2015 was a major event, both for Southeast Asia, but also for the Indonesian environmental community. So these are just some of the statistics that were coming out in 2015 or after 2015, and images that went around the world, unfortunately, focusing some attention on Indonesia, showing the wildfire haze blanketing Kalimantan all the way up to southern Malaysia and Singapore. And this concept of excess deaths is something that's used in public health and epidemiology to understand how many people died from an event that is sometimes very invisible. So when somebody dies from a car accident, you know they died from a car accident. When someone dies from respiratory failure, that gets recorded as they had a respiratory health problem and they died. That's not directly implicating something like wildfire. So we use this concept of excess deaths. How many deaths would we expect during a certain time period, and then how many deaths actually occurred during this major wildfire? And that produces 100,000 people dying from this single year wildfire. And that has economic consequences. So I personally believe that's what triggered so much attention from the Indonesian government. This realization that, yes, we are making a lot of money from palm oil and timber, but we're losing billions of dollars from the unsustainable elements of that pursuit of economic development. 2015 was also the most active in perhaps 20 years or so wildfire season, so it just seemed out of the ordinary. And perhaps also a signal of what was going to come in the future, even worse wildfires. So it became a focus of attention for the Indonesian government. Part of the response was to establish a national agency to first address peatland restoration, and then 2 years later, I believe, mangrove restoration. I'm sure you're familiar with BRGM. And from an outside perspective, from a Canadian perspective, I think they are very ambitious in what they're trying to achieve in a very short time period. But this provides opportunities for everybody here in this room. So it's the good news of the bad news. There's sometimes the yin and the yang from a bad news event, and you being here today, that's the good news. So we are hoping that you will all explore through research integrated nature-based solutions to address this problem of wildfire and biodiversity loss and poverty, because they are all intertwined. In some cases, the poverty has been alleviated by converting mangroves and peatland for fisheries, and we need to think about alternative approaches for sustainable development. This is just an image showing some of the restoration priorities for peatlands here in Indonesia. And those links, I hope you will receive a copy of my presentation. Those links go directly to the BRGM website and the priority areas for research and restoration. So you can use this as part of your proposal to identify locations. We now have about 6 or 7 years of data available from the post-2015 time period, where Already there have been hundreds of thousands of hectares of mangroves replanted and peatland restored. So we can study these areas. We can study these areas to see if they've been successful. And if they've been successful, why were they successful? And once we know why they were successful, we can hopefully replicate that in other areas. So this is where research comes in. We need to understand successes and failures so that we can then avoid the failures and really focus on the successes. So this is what we know about some of the mangrove restoration here in Indonesia. Some areas have been successful through replanting projects, and other areas have not been as successful. So there's a disconnect between how we know to replant mangroves and how we know to do that successfully in all cases, in all conditions. There's been challenges finding available land, suitable land for mangrove replanting, and there again, that's a research question. How do we find available and suitable land for the hundreds of thousands of hectares that we still need to reforest? Many of the reforestation projects for mangroves have been using a single species, and that really goes against biomimicry. Most mangrove forests are not single species dominant naturally. So why are we reforesting them with a single species? We're basically ignoring nature's lessons. So there again, that's another research question. What is more successful, to plant a single species on available land or multiple species or a combination? We know that different species are needed for different soils and different water depths and different salinity. So we can tailor replanting to that knowledge. There's also been a lot of interest in the idea of not replanting mangroves, but instead creating the conditions where mangroves naturally come back. So firstly, stopping the human pressures on that mangrove forest. That's probably condition number one. Working with local communities, maybe creating alternative economies so that mangrove removal is no longer an issue. And then secondly, we may need to alter hydrological regimes to increase water depths or change salinity. We may need to, for example, there has been a lot of success in reforesting Amazon rainforest sites just by attracting birds, because birds are naturally bringing seeds with them and reforesting the area naturally. So that might be a successful approach for mangrove restoration. We don't know. That could be a research call, a proposal that you make. How do we foster economic development while also restoring mangroves? So there's a transition period between the time when we were cutting down mangroves and creating shrimp farms, and now we recognize that's causing damage, so we would like to reforest and reverse that damage. But people still need to make a living. So how do we do that as we are reforesting mangrove areas? That could be by hiring local labor. That could be by creating or funding organizations that plant seedlings and have those seedlings available for reforestation. So rather than doing that ourselves, maybe we can create the conditions for locals and villagers to take part in that process and earn some money. Peatlands. We know that peatland restoration is very complex and in some cases very expensive. So many canals have been created to drain those peatlands, we now need to reverse that. But we don't have a wealthy industry partner funding the canal blocking and the restoration. So how do we do that economically? This was an article that was published several years ago now, which is really a positive article in the international media saying that Indonesia has a very ambitious, bold plan to re-wet the swamp, the peatlands, and they're actually having some success. So I like to see these positive media articles about a complex environmental issue. In the 1990s, the government was actively draining peatlands, and as of 2016 and all the way till now, the Peatland Restoration Agency has now tried to reverse that tendency from the 1990s. So this news article came out and said that the Indonesian government has re-wet 200,000 hectares of peatland, which is more than has been achieved in Europe in its entire history. It's such a good news article that I like to see. Pak Bill has already discussed the Indonesian government targets for restoration, very, very ambitious targets. 600,000 hectares of mangrove and 1.2 million hectares of peatlands. And the focal areas, especially for mangrove restoration, are 7 provinces, of course, where mangroves are found in very large numbers and very large areas. Okay, so Pak Bill has given a brief introduction to FINCAPES, and Pak Dodek will add to that. So my job is to just give you the very basics. The project name is focusing on 3 main themes: flood impacts, carbon pricing, and ecosystem sustainability. The ecosystem sustainability theme is really nature-based solutions, and that's our main focus. So 1/3 of this project, or even more, is supporting scientists like you to learn how to support, create conditions for nature-based solutions, and then implement those successfully, especially for the peatland and mangrove. FINCAPES, if I'm only looking at the nature-based solutions portion, we are supporting IPB in its efforts to open what we're just calling a center of excellence for nature-based solutions. And hopefully that center will continue to network with researchers like you over the next 5 years and even beyond, so that you have a way to support the work that you do, and somebody that you can reach out to if you have a question or you just don't know how to move forward. By contacting the Center of Excellence, there should be a way of being in touch with somebody who might know the answer, or working together with somebody from that center. So really, we would like to support faculty, student, and staff education and training, holding seminars about nature-based solutions. Our plan is to organize exchanges between the University of Waterloo and IPB and back, and also some students in both directions, mostly Indonesian students, learning from and hopefully gaining exposure to the University of Waterloo. What I really wanted to focus on, though, is the research element. And these are all of the areas that we foresee the project supporting. Obviously, reforestation and rewetting peatlands, that's a main focus, but also the community linkages. And that's why we have invited some social scientists to this training session. Some of you may not be out in the field, in the mangroves up to here in the mud. You know, you're not comfortable doing that. That's not your specialty. You might be interested in policy, examining current policy, and perhaps even making recommendations for change. And that's a very valid research topic. Just being involved in the policy surrounding mangrove restoration, peatland restoration, and nature-based solutions. And of course, the economy I've mentioned, and other ways of stimulating a livelihood from mangroves and peatlands, including tourism or handicraft development. Okay, that takes me to probably the part that you're most interested in, and that's the research grant program. So we have committed part of the project funding to supporting Indonesian researchers to focus on this nature-based solutions theme from a very applied perspective. We want you to address real-world problems and design real-world solutions. So when I think about applied research, obviously the word practical comes to mind. This is not science for science's sake. This is not research for theory development. And although publishing in academic journals is possible from this research, that's not really our focus. We really want some practical solutions to a real problem, whatever that problem is. And Susan and Tara will be helping you over the next 3 days to identify that problem. Something that really matches with your background, and it's something that you think you can do personally, or you can do as part of a team. So for 3 days, you'll be sitting next to people that could be part of your research team. So if you don't know your neighbor yet, introduce yourself and get to know what is your specialty and how is that going to help me frame my research problem. So there are scientific problems that you can address through the research as long as they have a real application. I think there are many community problems that you can address through your research and, again, policy. Many of you may be promoting field research, and that's totally fine. We have funding to support that. And some of you may need to, at first, do lab-based experiments before going into the field. So again, that's part of what we think we can fund. Now, the key here is for anything as complex as nature-based solutions, that's a very complex problem involving usually multiple disciplines. So you may come from the Faculty of Forestry and you think of yourself as a forestry researcher, but your problem also involves community, or it involves government policy. So that's why you might need to form a larger team in order to completely answer your problem. So my advice is to try and match the disciplines that are needed to solve the problem you're trying to solve. And that's a complex issue. You know, thinking about all of the different disciplines that are needed to address a problem. Maybe that's an early step for you. And the results. The way that you frame your results should be in practical terms and addressing your problem, and ideally you have a solution. And then maybe even proposing ways to replicate your solution in other areas. So the final part of applied research is we really focus heavily on how are you going to share your knowledge. We think that academic publications are a part of that question, but maybe a small part. How will I communicate my results to farmers in a village that are going to be involved in mangrove restoration? This chart here, or this matrix, shows all of the different possible research that could be focused on nature-based solutions, ranging from the social sciences on the left-hand side to the hard sciences on the right. There's a place for all of the researchers there. We also have the capacity for theoretical research on nature-based solutions, but FINCAPES funding priority is on the applied side. So the yellow box is really where we see that we're going to fund research on the applied side and ranging from social to hard sciences. At this stage, I'm going to leave this up on the screen and look at my English version so I don't get things wrong. So the first thing that you'll notice is these are very brief details. We still have to create the full proposal and share that with you. Initially, we are thinking that Indonesian faculty members and Indonesian PhD students can be the project lead, the overall team lead. And then what we're calling co-investigators or team members or collaborators, that could be wider. So you could involve, if you are an Indonesian faculty member or PhD student, you could build your team from government members, from NGO, and from other academic units, either in your own university or other universities. So we're really encouraging you to think about the problem and then build your team. The other thing that we hope you could think about is maybe connecting with Canadian researchers. It's a little more challenging because it's a lot of emails back and forth, but there are many members in my department and my faculty who would love to be interested, to be involved in an Indonesian research project. We will help you with that though. If you want to partner with a Canadian faculty member, we will help you find the right person. The grant amount for the first year of the research grants, we're thinking up to 15,000 Canadian dollars, roughly 150 million rupiah. And we don't have a firm number of grants in mind. We've been talking about funding between 5 and 10 for the first year. And then we may repeat this call again another year. So there could be more than 10 research grants that are actually funded. The focus areas, basically as long as you can link your research proposal to nature-based solutions, we're open to hearing your ideas. We've suggested some of the areas here, including mitigating flood risk or erosion risk or wildfire hazards through nature-based solutions. There may be a problem of biodiversity loss in your community, and you're hoping to use nature-based solutions to increase biodiversity. There may also be water quality issues in a region that you're hoping to study as a researcher. And ideally, mangroves or peatland restoration might also be linked to water quality management. Broadly speaking, we know that nature-based solutions are promising for climate change resilience. And again, this could be resilience at the village level, or it could be resilience at the country level or even global level. So we're hoping that you can explore these themes of resilience maybe at different levels. The final note on the call for proposals, at least the brief version, is we're hoping you can consider gender at all aspects of your research, especially if you're going to be focused on community level work or policy work. Even if your research proposal is very hard science-based, the salinity that's needed to grow a certain species, you can think about gender from your team composition. Do we have 4 male researchers looking at salinity and mangroves, or do we have more of a balance? And I will defer to Susan and Tara, and you'll go into much more depth about how to do that in your proposals. Okay. That's just the English version. So I sat in my hotel room for a good part of a day and started to think of examples of applied research problems. And again, I was focused mostly on mangrove and peatland restoration. So a classic research problem, a smaller research problem, is what species or multiple species of mangrove are most successful on a particular site that I'm considering. So maybe you know of a coastal area that has mangroves that have been removed, and now you know the conditions of that site. And the research question is, well, what species do I need to be successful? And that could be a single species, it could be multiple. You might carry out experiments where on one part of your site, you only use 1 species. On another part of the site, you use 7 species. And another site, you don't do any replanting, but you try and create conditions for natural regrowth. And then you compare those three. So these are just some possible different sites that you might face. Deep water, never any problems with drought. It's exposed to the open ocean. So what species will do well there? That's a research question. Or another site could be, it's only inundated at high tide and then it's dry half the time. And there are significant drought events. So what species do I need for that site? You might have a site that ranges from deep water to almost non-mangrove or above water, and you might need different planting for different parts of that site. Here's another example that I just kind of alluded to. What is more successful on my site? Actively replanting or stimulating natural recruitment? And that's a perfect comparative research question. Try 3 different methods of replanting and compare 3 different methods of stimulating natural recruitment and see what the results are. Here's a more social science focused question. How can mangrove protected area managers create better opportunities for local livelihoods? So we have multiple protected forests all across Indonesia, and some of those are mangrove, but many of those reject the idea of having locals even enter the protected area, let alone use that area for economic purposes, because the risk is very high that people will start to cut the mangrove. So how do we manage that interaction? And there's multiple different ways that we could do that. We could issue licenses to enter and use the mangrove. Timber harvest licenses. As long as that's not too much timber per year, we might say it's okay to harvest a certain amount. Or maybe we say, no, there's no opportunity to cut down mangrove, but you can use the mangrove for economic purposes. Or maybe we form a local cooperative, and maybe that's a female-led cooperative, and they take on the challenge of managing the livelihoods from that mangrove. And I had a lot of other ideas, but not enough time to present them. So this is just, again, a brainstorm from about 30 minutes. Some of the different ideas. A science question. What are the best additives or soil conditioners that we could add to create more success for mangrove or peatland restoration? How do we stimulate the highest level of biodiversity as we're replanting? Probably not by planting single species. That's another research question. We might have multiple different sites, and we might reforest those sites, and then study how much carbon are each of those sites taking up. And maybe there's one clear winner. So we would like to promote that for future reforestation. The fourth question here comes from the Amazon rainforest example, where we're not replanting forest, we're just trying to attract birds. And they bring seeds, and they naturally will help reforest. The bottom ideas are moving towards more social science. So we start with the hard science on the top, and then move towards social sciences on the bottom. And I'll just talk about one of those. Let's look at the ecotourism example. How do we stimulate non-consumptive uses of the mangrove? Ecotourism and maybe some handicraft production for economic development at the village level. Lots of examples, and I know by the end of Thursday, you will all have multiple different possible research questions and problems. Okay, I should have had a final slide, so let me just leave it on this one here, and I will...
So, Brent, I think we can open one question from the room and one question from the Zoom.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not used to not having questions, so this is better.
Any question? Yeah.
Just what? Hi, Brent. Thank you so much for your presentation. This is very much interesting for us, especially, trying to doing some applied research that could be actually implemented for solving this problem.
Right.
But I have a question on the social aspect of the research. When you're talking about increasing the resilience of local community, is that on building up the capacity of local community to restore or to protect could be part of the research question as well, or mainly on what kind of specific approach or intervention that would be more relevant?
I think you could definitely focus on building community resilience through nature-based solutions. So some of that may have to do with the existing forest or the existing green space that they have near their village. But really, we want to know how can we make conditions better for villagers through nature-based solutions? And that's a wide open question, and I think there's many ways to answer that. So you probably have some ideas how you might do that. Forming a women's cooperative or just a village cooperative. Helping to provide some seed funding to the villagers so that they begin to raise seedlings on their own. Yeah. So, it's up to everybody to come up with their own budget and decide at what scale can I do my experiment. And it might be a small scale with 150 million rupiah. Maybe 1/3 of that is provided as funding to the village to create their seedling raising capacity. And then you study what they do with that and their livelihoods. Yeah, it sounds like a fascinating project though. Yeah. Do you have anything to add to that, Bill?
Ibu dari mana dan namanya siapa, maaf?
Saya Dewi dari WRI.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so then meaning if we do that kind of things, the research outcome doesn't need to be published in journal article within a year, or just a report of how we're doing that, or what is our finding on the ground?
Yeah, we will we'll give details about what the expected outcomes are and the way of promoting that and publishing that, but certainly I could see a report rather than an academic article. And you may decide to do both, but I think our priority would be an applied report. And then maybe later on you could do the academic publication. Yeah. Through the WRI network, through social media, there's many different ways to mobilize your research knowledge.
Sorry, I'm going to jump in with a question.
Okay.
Over here. So the grants are for 12 months. And I'm not sure you said that, but I think it's important for people to know that this is a 12-month project. So when we're designing our research questions and our protocols, we need to be done within 12 months. And I'm looking at you for confirmation of that. Like, what does done mean? We're out of the field. We've spent all the money. We might not have our report written yet.
Exactly. Yeah.
But we're done collecting data, analyzing data, right?
That's right. Yeah. So 1 year to complete your experimental work, to document the results, to monitor and gather data, and then there'll be a certain period of time within which you have to produce a report. Great question. I think there was a hand.
No, only one question from the room. And for the Zoom participants, any questions? Okay, so there's no question from the Zoom participants. Okay, so thank you, Brand.
Okay. Thank you.
Applause for Brand. So thank you, Brand, for the overview of the NbS and brief information about call for proposals. I think we will announce later the very detailed research requirements and also the timing. Pak Dodik will also tell about that. But later we will have the details on that. So now we are delighted to have Prof. Dodik here right now. It's a great time to listen the opening remarks from Prof. Dodik Ridho Nur Rahmat. So please, for Pak Dodik, so everyone, please welcome Prof. Dodik.
Oke, ikan hiu makan cabe. I love you IPB. Ini yang nerjemahin yang susah nih. Memang dikasih kerjaan ini. Main. Jalan ke Senayan ketemu si Atun. Kalau bersepeda ke Gunung Batu saja. Cukup sekian saya punya pantun, udah gitu aja. Nanti kepanjangan pantunnya. Ya, oke. Ini sudah agak resmi bahwa kerepean nih kalau resmi. Oke. Honorable Professor Susan Elliott, Professor of Geography and Environmental Management, the University of Waterloo, our coach in this short course, and also Ms. Tara Chen, who will assist in this short course, and of course Pak Bill Dugan and our colleague Pak Bren. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants of the FINCAPES short course. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, 40 people in this room, yeah, face-to-face offline participants in PKSPL IPB, and also 25 participants who participated in Zoom. I am glad to attend the short course on flood impacts, carbon pricing, and ecosystem sustainability of FINCAPES. This project is funded by the Global Affairs of Canada, GAC, to assist Indonesia in adapting to and mitigating climate change, with us preserving biodiversity in a sustainable social and economic way. This project was implemented by the University of Waterloo, Canada, in collaboration with IPB University and Prastia Mulya University, to increase capacity for the government, universities, and other partners as an effort to assist Indonesia in protecting and rehabilitating critical peatlands and mangrove ecosystems, as well as preserving biodiversity. The FINCAPES project, in collaboration with IPB University, is holding a short course called Designing a High Quality Research Proposal for Nature-Based Solution Applied Research. This event brings together researchers and prominent persons from not only universities, but also the Ministry of Forestry and Environment, NGOs, National Research and Innovation Agency, Forest and Plantation Associations, companies, and local government to discuss in-depth and exchange ideas on developing a high-quality proposal, particularly on nature-based solution. As was mentioned in Jakarta on February 20 last year, yeah, almost a year ago, ya Pak ya, at the launching of the FINCAPES project, I do believe that the FINCAPES project will provide a platform for applied research development and piloting or living labs of nature-based process to assist Indonesia in adopting to and mitigating the effects of climate change. We expect to develop a platform to work interdisciplinary or even transdisciplinary to provide alternative suitable solution concerning technologies, regulation, market, and finance for the relevant sectors and within the framework of SDGs. I am glad to inform you that IPB University was awarded and the world best #1 Times Higher Education Impact Ranking for SDGs number 8, decent work and economic growth in 2023, and as the best university to receive the SDG Action Awards 2022 from the Indonesia Ministry of National Development Planning Agencies, Bappenas. Ladies and gentlemen, together with the University of Waterloo, we are optimistic and prepared to lead the research, development, and field testing of improved approach and techniques for Indonesia peatland and mangrove conservation and restoration. As we know, the startup activities of the project in the field have been carried out to determine the preliminary baseline information in the key target provinces such as Jambi, West Kalimantan, Rio, and Lampung. During the field visit, the FINCAPES team discussed and exchanged ideas with the local stakeholders on potential sites, peat and mangrove degraded areas, and potential support from local universities, NGOs, and government units. Once again, I would like to sincere thanks the University of Waterloo for inviting IBB University to host the short course. We also would like to express our sincere gratitude to Global Affairs Canada and all parties facilitating our short course. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, good luck and enjoy the course. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Dodik, for the remarks. And I think it's the opening session has finished. So we will continue to the press surface session. So yeah, we have, I will announce a little bit on the like housekeeping announcement. So we will have a press survey. We'll conduct a press survey today. And then there's a daily evaluation survey. So it will be every day in the end of the session. And also the post survey on the 8th February, so in the last day. And we will drop, you can drop the Q&A, where is it, questions in slido.com. Can we back to previous slide, Alan? Yeah, so I will ensure about this. So we will provide the e-certificate for all participants, both in-person participants and also virtual participants. However, we are expecting this is for the fully attended short course, and also you have to participate in the press survey, daily evaluations, and also post survey. Okay, so now we are going to do the press survey. Next slide. Okay, so you can scan this barcode, or you can join into the slido.com and then type this NbS, capital N and then B and capital S. Okay, so I'll give you 15 minutes for filling the press survey. And then if you have finished, we will continue with the break time until 10:30. And then for you who have tell in the registration process that you need interpreter, you can come to the registration desk and then ask the transmitter. And then please make sure you will be back on time, because I'm sure you don't want to miss anything in this session. And also please free to utilize the Slido for any burning questions from you. And we have in this room, we have the restroom and we have the coffee break in your left side here. Our fantastic team also will assist you to find that. And yeah, I would like to remind you that please take this opportunity to really introduce yourself, knowing each other, because we will encourage you to really collaborate in this session. Okay, so yeah, 15 minutes for press survey, please. If you need any help, please raise your hand. Anyone need help? Or maybe for the participants join virtually, you can chat in the Zoom and then ask for help. So it's time for us to have a main session. So I would like to invite our beloved instructors who will be guiding us in this 3 days. So first, Professor Susan Elliott from Geography and Environmental Management, University of Waterloo, and also the co-instructor Tara Chen from Department of Geography and Environmental Management, University of Waterloo. Over to you.
I can't tell you how excited we are to be here. And one of the reasons I'm wearing this microphone and I look like Madonna is because I get so excited when I'm teaching that I can't stand still, that I have to move around. My adrenaline level is too high. And I teach research methods, have done for over 30 years, to basic scientists, clinical scientists, and social scientists. And so I'm so excited to be here. And our goal is really just to help you be successful in your task. I am trying to advance slides. Okay. So we are going to design a high-quality research proposal for nature-based solutions, applied research. That's what we're doing here today. And you've already heard all that stuff. So now it's time to actually get to work. And so what is a workshop? You're here for a workshop. Many, many years ago when I was a brand new faculty member, I won't tell you how many years ago, and I went to my first workshop at my new university, and the guy who was leading the workshop said this thing that I have never forgotten, which is when you go to a workshop, you work and you shop for ideas. This is going to be very active. You are going to have a lot of work to do over the next few days. It's going to be a very active learning space, and Tara and I will be here to support you through that process. I want to talk a little bit about our learning objectives, and then you'll hear introductions from Tara and I, because we're here to tell you how to do your job. Well, who are we? Why should you listen to us? I think it's important that we establish that. Oh, sorry. So I just want to review the workshop outline for a few minutes. So everybody should have a copy of that. Thanks, Tara. So I'm going to do an overview of the workshop, and then I'm going to review. I know that the draft call for proposals is not quite ready yet, but I'm just going to review a bit of the background to it to make sure we're on track, because one of the take-home messages I want to leave with you after this workshop is that one of the ways you can be successful in writing any research proposal is by repeating the funder's words back to them. You want me to be innovative? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be innovative by doing this, right? Just tell them what they want to hear. Kind of like reviewer number 2 when you submit a paper. Then we're going to let's try again. Oh, perfect. Okay. An overview of I have a flashing light. It might be a battery issue. I'll just keep going. Because my batteries are not low. I'm going to give an overview of the research process, which is a generic research process, can be applied to social science, clinical science, basic science, applied science. And then the most important thing, and we're going to finish today with this, is to have a doable research question. How do we take this big research problem that we have here in Indonesia that Brent described very beautifully and create a doable, feasible research question? And we're going to spend a lot of time today on that, because as I train my graduate students, I always tell them, once you have that question, everything else will fall into place. The most important thing is to design that question. And we're going to work together. We're going to do a lot of peer learning. I even talk to my own children about, there's a fine line between peer learning and cheating. It's not cheating to work with your peers. So talking about your research question with your peers, getting their feedback and input, and then everyone's going to actually present their research question to this group, whether you're online or whether you're in person, so that you can get feedback and input. So before you leave this room today, you're going to know what your research question is. We also know that gender, equity, social inclusion are fundamental concepts of any research we do now, and it's important to your funder. So if it's important to your funder, it's important to you. But it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to understand how we can do that. So we'll have that too from Tara before the end of the day. Once we do that, then tomorrow, we know that we need to go to the literature somehow to inform our research. There's lots of ways to do that. And so Tara is going to talk through how we can access that literature and how we can look for literature. But also, and this is why it's always important to surround yourself with young people, because they know the new technologies about how to organize literature. We've used Covidence, for example, for doing systematic reviews. It's really cool, and if you've never heard of it, you'll know it by the end of tomorrow. Then we have to somehow figure out the concepts that we're using and how we're going to know them when we see them. That's called conceptualization and operationalization. So we'll spend some time on that. And then we have to figure out where are we going to get the data from and how are we going to collect the data to answer our research question. In order to do that, we have to figure out our population and our sample. And that doesn't matter if you're dealing with human populations or physical populations. You have to figure out where you're going to work and provide a strong rationale for why. We'll review some of the most common data collection tools, and I actually haven't prepared that material yet because I want to hear from you what kinds of things you want to do. But by the end of your time with us, our goal is that you're going to have a draft research proposal to walk out of the room with, so that when the FINCAPES call does come, you are going to be ready. So these are our learning objectives. By the end of this workshop, participants should be able to develop a researchable question, whether it's for FINCAPES or another call in the future. Situate that question in the literature, because the goal of your research is to fill a gap, right? And I know that FINCAPES is going to be looking for things that are innovative, things that are new. And so you want to make sure that your research proposal addresses those things. Be able to design a research protocol to address that question. So where are you going to get the data from? How are you going to collect the data? And one of the things I'll keep coming back to, and Tara will keep coming back to, is you will have 12 months. That's not a lot of time to get into the field, collect your data, analyze your data. Fingers crossed everything goes well and you have no problems. You get those data, you analyze those data, and you start writing them up. 12 months is not a lot of time, so you need to be really prepared for that. And by the end of this workshop, we want you to have in hand a solid draft research proposal for FINCAPES. That's our goal for you, both here and online. So who are we to tell you how to do this? My PhD supervisor, who, no matter how old he gets, no matter how old I get, I still treat him like my PhD supervisor. I still listen to everything that he says to me. But he once told me, and I've never forgotten this, that in order to be successful, you need confidence, you need competence, and you need credibility. I know we have the confidence to lead this workshop. I know we have the competence. I've been teaching research methods for over 30 years. Tara has so much experience working with agencies and developing research projects. But we also need credibility, so you need to know who we are and why you should listen to us. So
I'm going to talk about who I am, and then Tara's going to talk about who she is. So, as Brent pointed out, I'm from the University of Waterloo in the Department of Geography. I'm a medical geographer, and you might say, what is that? Because lots of people do. Geography is the study of the Earth as the home of humankind. And that's why I really like geography. That's why I'm very attracted to it as a discipline, because we study the physical component of that Earth, but also the human-environment interactions. So I'm a medical geographer. What that is the study of the distribution, diffusion, determinants, and delivery of health and healthcare. That is, where you live matters, and space and place can shape and do shape your health. This is my textbook. So my job is to do research and to teach research, and I do research on environment and health. And so my research is divided into 3 different types of environment and health. So one is the built environment, how we construct cities in which we live and how that impacts our health. So I was just chatting with my colleague who has been to Vancouver, and we actually measure the impact of the built environment on health. How does how we construct a city impact health? So we actually create something called a walkability index. And that walkability index is comprised of 3 components. The first is the street connectivity, network connectivity. So when streets cross, they create a thing called a node. When there's more nodes, people are more likely to be physically active and walk. And if they're more likely to be physically active, they're more likely not to have high body mass index and therefore not to experience chronic disease like diabetes, heart attack, and stroke. So that's one component. Another component is residential density. When people live together, they like to go for walks. When they live far apart, they don't. The third component is land use mix. That is, if you have an interesting city, people are much more likely to go for a walk. They can walk to a shop or a cafe for a tea with a friend or to a restaurant. What we did was we created this walkability index and we applied it to the 3 large cities in Canada, which are Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver, and found a direct one-to-one relationship between how you construct your city and whether or not people are at risk of chronic disease. The second is the socially constructed environment, how we socially construct environmental risk. I do lots of research in this area, but I chose to give you a couple of examples of research in your own area here. What we know is that risk perceptions are socially constructed. So people's perceptions of the risk associated with climate change, for example. We know from lots of social science research that when we ask people about climate change, they're not so worried about it because they think it's going to happen very far away physically and also far into the future. That's not true. But how do we change their minds? Brent talked earlier about hard science versus social science. I would challenge Brent that social science is the hard science. Because it's a lot harder to change someone's mind because you're not going to change their behavior until you change their mind, right? So looking at those links between risk perceptions and behavior. And W.I. Thomas is a sociologist from the early 1970s, late 1960s, who said, if a situation is defined as real, it will be real in its consequences. So if people believe that their livelihoods are going to be impacted by climate change, they are much more likely to do something about it, change their behaviors. But if they don't, they're not going to change those behaviors. So how do you change their minds? We're doing a big project right now in a part of our province in Canada where every public health unit, so the province is divided up into different jurisdictions that are responsible for the health of the population. Those public health units are now responsible for assessing vulnerability to climate change. They don't know how to do it. So they've come to ask the Climate Change Institute at the University of Waterloo, of which I am a member, to help them. And actually Tara is working on that project as well. How do you raise awareness of climate change among people who are not thinking about this on a daily basis? So this is an example that I found from the literature, which is accounting for diverse risks risk attitudes and measures of risk perceptions, a case study of climate change risk for small-scale citrus farmers in Indonesia. So what this tells us about is that climate change is likely to generate severe impacts on smallholder farmers in developing countries. It lists, it's working in Indonesia, but you guys are now a high to middle income country. And what they did was they studied perceptions over frequencies and impacts linking to behavioral patterns of risk attitude. A survey of 500 farmers in rural Indonesia to generate insights into the relationship between risk perceptions and extension services, accessibility of information, and other factors. And their results show that risk perceptions are generated from complex interaction between perceived future frequencies of adverse events and outcomes of those climate events. So it depends what people think. So how do you figure out what they're thinking, and then how do you change their way of thinking? It's a big challenge. This is just a link to that journal article if you're interested, and you'll get copies of all the slides when we're done. So my last area of research has to do with the physical environment, so climate change, water sanitation, and health in low to middle income countries. And I spend most of my research time in sub-Saharan Africa. This is on the shores of Lake Victoria, which is the second largest freshwater body in the world, second only to Lake Superior, which is one of the 5 Great Lakes in Canada. And this is a lake that is heavily, heavily contaminated with organic matter from humans and from animals, and yet people are fishing there, people eat the fish out of there, their kids are swimming in there, the women are doing their laundry in there. Lots and lots of water-related illness coming from this large body of water. And it's a very sad situation where you have this beautiful large body of fresh water, but there's no water to drink, and sanitation is even a greater problem. So I'm going to turn it over to Tara now so you can find out who she is.
Perfect. It's great to be here today. It's nice to meet everybody. My name is Tara or Tara Chen. You can call me however. So I'm currently a PhD candidate. The ABD, for those who might not know, it means all the information, which is almost, but Dr. Susan Elliott is my supervisor. I'm in the geographies. Give me 1 second. It's okay, I can hold it. I'm in the geographies of health planning place lab in the University of Waterloo. And hello, there we go. Yes, technology. It's one of our problems, even she says, the young people know the technology, but honestly, it always fails on me. So, yes, so my name's Tara Chen. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the University of Waterloo in the geography department as well. I do come from a very public health background. So for those of you who have heard Erasmus Mundus before, I studied in Europe for my master's, and I specialized in the in health economics and health governance. So it looks fancy. There's a lot of schools there. If you know Erasmus, you understand. If you don't, it's just a way to travel. And I also studied my bachelor's at Western University in Canada with global and intercultural engagement honors. What that means is I'm really passionate about exploring international systems and seeing what we can learn from others. And I love to bike. So for those who are interested, my ancestral background is Taiwan. So my parents were born there, and I moved there for a couple years during 2019, during the pandemic, to learn about my ancestral country. And I've been very fortunate to work with a lot of different organizations as a young professional, learning about SDG 11 with local built environments, the global shapers with the World Economic Forum. There's a really big emphasis on why I put these logos here is that a lot of organizations just have really passionate young leaders who are interested to kind of, get involved in so many different ways. And so that's led me to a lot of different projects and how it's built my interest into nature-based solutions. So one of my previous work was actually for my Master's of Public Health. I was working on a master's practicum where I was living in Sweden working with global water partnerships. And so global water partnerships really focuses on SDG 6, looking at integrated water management program. And they actually do have a country office here in Indonesia as well, because we know that water is really important. I've also worked with the Asian Health Literacy Association, which we're based in Taiwan, serving as the Assistant Secretary General, and our Indonesian country office, forgive me for the pronunciation, but it's the Universidad Dion Nuswantoro. And I've also had the opportunity to work on GAMI. So GAMI is a global adaptation mapping initiative, and it was a collaborative network for mapping the global evidence on climate change adaptation. And it was the first systematic global assessment of empirical evidence on adaptation progress. What they actually don't mention was GAMI was completely volunteer-based. So it was a network of young professionals, young scholars, faculty members, academics, everyone from researchers to policymakers who had an interest to gather all the evidence on climate change adaptation and work together to create this systematic review. And we've been able to publish some really great articles out of it. And actually, before I even knew it, Susan was actually on that project as well, and I didn't even know her at the time. So you can see that it's just collaboration across different countries is just so much possible. Another project that I've had the opportunity to work on during my time at Waterloo is we've been working with the World Health Organization, the Waterloo Climate Institute, and the University of Waterloo's Faculty of Health working on an Indigenous Climate Health Umbrella Review. And so this is really important because we know that Indigenous peoples, their impacts from biodiversity, climate change has a really big impact on your health and well-being. And so we've been really working across different organizations and looking at the systematic reviews to see what are these impacts. And gender played a big role as well because we know that for Indigenous peoples, women are knowledge keepers. So that will bring it into later session on GESI as well. And one of my work, because I love being global still, I'm currently the Climate Health Fellow with the Association Schools of Public Health in the European region. And so what we do here is we work to strengthen capacity for the public health workforce because, coming into the discipline of Faculty of Geography, from Faculty of Public Health, we weren't really trained in the climate science, yet we know that the impacts to humans are so important and so vital. And so what we're trying to do is change that culture to say, hey, we need to be working with climate scientists, environmental. We need to work across and understand how do we navigate the science of wetlands and peatlands into public health impacts. So this is kind of the work that I've been doing in the European region. And so my PhD focus, what I really liked about what Brent said about nature-based solutions and looking around who's around the table today, who you're working with, well, actually, one of the biggest challenges I've had as someone who was trained in public health going into the Faculty of Environment, doing a PhD in geography, is everyone kind of asked me, are you lost? Because they didn't understand. But one of my struggles was, I know that we can see that nature-based solutions has such a big impact on your health and well-being. And we need to be able to have those conversations. So being able to do a PhD in geography really helps bridge those links. So my PhD focus is something called nature-based social prescriptions. And part of that, in very simple terms, is when you go to the medical doctor today, there's something new happening. Instead of just prescribing a medication for someone who's feeling social isolated or lonely, they're actually prescribing time in nature. So that could look like walking in a forest, looking to build environmental literacy, working around the community. And so this is kind of where my background comes in and how I'll be able to, I look forward to be able to connect with you guys today on your projects.
Thanks so much, and these nature-based social prescriptions, they're becoming global in focus. Canada just launched last year a new Canadian Institute for Social Prescribing, and I'm very proud to say not only is the executive director of that a geographer, she's actually my former PhD student, which makes me very happy. Oh, that was break time, but I just have to go back to that for a second because I have never been in a workshop before where we've been ahead of schedule. This is amazing. As I said, I normally work in sub-Saharan Africa. This would not happen there. So thank you so much for that. Okay, so your funding agency is FINCAPES. Flood impacts, carbon pricing, ecosystem sustainability. We heard that from Brent this morning. And so I just wanted to look at a bit of background about this because these are the words you're going to want to repeat back in your proposals. So innovative applied research. We've heard that application is key. That might actually influence not only the kinds of questions you ask, but the kinds of teams you bring together. So if application is key, you might want to think about having what we call knowledge users on your team. So when I work in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, I always have a local NGO partner because I know they have their finger on the pulse of what's happening. It has to be innovative. What does that mean? Innovative means it's new. It's a new way of doing something or taking something that's been done before and applying it to a new context or coming up with something brand new. So innovative applied research projects. So research itself, what does that mean? It means systematic and rigorous investigation of something that's going to answer a question. And these are going to be projects that examine nature-based solutions, so you know what those are, to help adapt to climate change hazards. So, and I'm glad that you guys have stayed because you can correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, but when I see that, the first thought I have is, okay, we're not talking mitigation, we're talking adaptation. Is that the case? Yeah, so we're talking adaptation, not mitigation. And that's a fundamental difference in climate change research, yeah? So, adaptation to climate change hazards. So what are the hazards related to climate change? Around flooding, I heard a lot about fires, and so on. Improve climate change resilience. So that can be resilience of an ecosystem, resilience of a community, resilience of a component of a population. You have an indigenous population here in Canada. We have a big indigenous population, which is 4% of our population in Canada, so 4% of 40 million people. Or increase carbon sequestration. But I heard Brent say this morning the focus is on ecosystem sustainability. But, yeah? So this is the background that was shared with me. As in other nations, Indonesia faces complex and pressing challenges as it takes steps to reduce its carbon emissions, protect its environment. So that's the goal, that's the application piece, right? How are we protecting the environment? Help communities adapt. So there is this community focus as well to the growing impacts of climate change. To tackle these challenges more effectively, the government has highlighted the need to strengthen related research and innovation, catalyze multi-stakeholder collaboration. So I know, because I have a list of participants here and online, we have university people, we have NGO people, we have people from industry, people from government. Can we bring multiple stakeholders together on your project teams so that you've got all those different perspectives, but also that tremendous opportunity for application down the road? Prioritize policy development. So do you have policy folks on your team? Or have you spoken to policy people to say, what are the questions that are important to you that I can ask in this proposal? prioritize policy development that facilitates Indonesia's protection and restoration of critical ecosystems, and promote sustainable ecosystem conservation, which safeguards local livelihoods. So I've heard a lot of iterations of that phrase this morning, local livelihoods. The economic piece is paramount. No matter what we do to protect the environment, people still have to put food on the table and a roof over their heads. And I don't know about here, but in the part of the world where I normally work, or I typically work, people have to pay for their fees. You have to pay for your kids to go to school, and you want your kids to go to school so they can have a better life than you, right? That's as parents, that's what we do. So how are we going to protect those livelihoods? And one of the take-home messages I shared with this with you earlier is, when you're writing a successful grant proposal, always repeat your funders' words back to them, because that's how they know you're addressing those key pieces, right? And I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the number of proposals that are going to come forward. But the other aspect to this process, when I'm a grant reviewer, I usually get way more grants than I have the capacity to review. So the easier you make my job, the more I'm going to like your proposal. So this project was launched in order to catalyze applied research to help develop or improve nature-based solution approaches, help protect and restore critical peatland and mangrove ecosystems. So I heard that a lot about that today. Preserve biodiversity. And so sustainably adapt to negative climate change impacts. So they're listed there: coastal erosion, flooding, ecosystem degradation. Protect and enhance carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas sequestration in peatland and mangrove ecosystems. So when you get that call for proposals, my suggestion is you just take a highlighter and you highlight all those keywords and you say them back to the funders in your response. The other thing that's really important is that this GESI document, right? And we're going to hear a lot about that. Tara's going to share that with us. So that gender equality and social inclusivity should be considered when defining the research problem. So right from the very beginning, identifying your data needs. Who do you need to talk to, or where do you need to get data from? And proposing analytical tools and methods. I would also encourage you to think about when you're putting your research team together. And equity and ethics are a big part of that. And we'll hear a lot more about that, but this is going to be really important. I wouldn't use the language of deal breaker because I see that it should be considered, but I think it's really important to your funders. Okay. So our goal over these next 3 days is to do everything we can to help you be successful in your endeavors to write a successful grant application now and into the future. Like, these should be skills that you can take away with you and write research grants for lots of different funders. Not that FINCAPES isn't important. But hopefully these skills will be useful in other aspects of your working lives. So I'll just pause there and see if there are any questions in the room or questions online. And can I just ask, Asmi, is someone monitoring the online chat? Yeah. If there are no questions, that's okay too. Yes, you can ask a question.
Yeah, could you clarify what the definition of sustainable ecosystem? Because it is important for the participants to know what kind of sustainability will you promote. I mean, there are some definition of sustainability: integrative sustainability or transformative sustainability, or the current definition like regenerative sustainability. Yeah, something like that. Do you have a specific, or that's a very general sustainability?
Absolutely. So I'll answer first what my understanding of sustainability is, and then I'll turn it to FinCapes because, and we'll talk about this later, there's a difference between defining a concept and an operational definition of that concept. So sustainable development was first coined in 1972 in the document Our Common Future, which is after the first World Summit on Environment. And the primary author of that is a woman named Gro Harlem Brundtland. She went on to become the Prime Minister of Norway, which she was for many, many years. And I had the tremendous honor of actually meeting her one day, and I got her to sign my copy of Our Common Future, and I cried. I was so excited. And in that document, sustainability is defined as being in a state where the current generation can meet their needs without impacting the needs of future generations. So we can meet our needs here currently, but we're not impacting the ability of our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren to meet their needs. And interestingly, in my country, our indigenous population talks about 7 generations. They actually put a number on it. They say you should not do anything to your environment that will impact people that are living 7 generations from now. So that's how we conceptually define sustainability. How is it defined in FinCapes? Can you grab that microphone and do that?
I don't know that I could come up with a single definition for sustainable development or sustainability in FinCapes, but what I would encourage you to do for these really key terms, in your proposal, tell us how you define it. And I think that's important, that we understand what your perspective is and your personal definition and how that definition translates to your research. I don't want that to be a cop-out answer where I don't answer the question, but if we specify a definition for resilience, sustainability, then I think we may end up stifling innovation. So
good answer.
We also don't want to be so prescriptive that everybody ends up with the same kind of proposal. So we want some flexibility and innovation. Phew.
And I think there were some questions in the Zoom chat. Are they going to be translated?
Yeah, I would translate the questions. So the first question is, is this research location will be freely decided, or it has to be in the priority location that decided by FinCapes? Brand, do you want to respond about that?
You're stuck answering all the questions now.
Okay, I'll just hold on to the microphone. No, there is no priority location because I think it should reflect where you personally work and the opportunities you have in your own location. It should make sense for, if you're trying mangrove restoration, it should be an environment where that could happen. The same with peatlands, but we don't have any particular priority locations.
Would it be safe to say, however, that it would be the responsibility of those proposing the research to justify why they chose that particular location?
Yes, yeah, you should justify your location. And you can also use the government of Indonesia's priorities to help give that some weight. You know, if the government of Indonesia wants studies and restoration in a location, then that gives it some importance.
Ya, ini karena pertanyaannya bahasa Indonesia, saya bahasa Indonesia saja ya. Yeah. Might I speak in bahasa because the question in bahasa is okay ya. So terkait yang paling bawah itu pertanyaan bagaimana dengan metode atau kerangka teoritis yang digunakan, apakah ditentukan secara pribadi? Nah, kerangka teoritis tentu saja atau metodenya tentu saja disesuaikan dengan tujuan dari penelitiannya. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa membuat metode atau mengusulkan metodenya dan kerangka teoritisnya masing-masing sesuai dengan apa itu lokasi dan tujuan spesifiknya, tetapi tentu saja nanti apa itu proposal ini kan akan dinilai. Nah, tentu saja tim reviewer akan memperhatikan gitu kesesuaian metode dengan tujuan. Ya, saya rasa tidak ada pembatasan dalam metode, tetapi tentu nanti akan dilihat kesesuaiannya, gitu Bu.
Okay, maybe I want to add a little bit on that. Actually, FinCapes project is working with in the several areas. We're working in Jambi, West Kalimantan, and also Lampung. Specific in a particular area, it will be very, helpful to really, doing the research on that. We're really open for that. But then from what Pak Dodik and Brand said, that if you have justification why you should do in that location will be very good justification. Okay. So I think there's another questions related to Tara's research, right? So the field study that Tara has done, so is the community health is strongly impacted by the factor of belief and access or any other factors?
Great to put it on the spot. I think it depends on the context of what we're looking at this as. So one of the discussions that we've been talking about with our climate health vulnerability in the Southwestern Public Health Unit that Susan brought up is, do people believe in climate change, right? So that's a big part of how do we build community resilience? How do we get the awareness out there? But public health is more than that. Access is a big part too, because if you have a natural disaster today, for example, a flood, and you don't have the infrastructure in place, then it's going to cause a ripple effect to how we can rebuild the community. So I'm not sure if that fully answers. And Susan, if you have anything to jump in.
And I found a wonderful systematic view in the literature on health impacts of nature-based solutions. And they refer to green space and blue space. There's a huge literature on that. People need to have green space in their lives for their health and well-being, and there's good empirical evidence for that. And people need to have blue space, so water bodies around them, whether they use them or they just live beside them. It is empirically shown statistically significantly to have an impact on population health everywhere in the world. Are we good to move on, Esme, or there's more questions?
Okay, so just one more question that I think the question to FinCapes. So there's a question is like, is the location of the research limited into the concern, the location from BRGM priority, and is Riau is included? So I would like to explain that FinCapes project will have restoration project, which will be in 3 locations. I mentioned before, so Jambi, Lampung, and West Kalimantan. But for research, we are open also for Riau, right, Pak Bill? So if you want to add something.
Yeah, thanks, Boasmi. Yeah, we basically, mainly because of cost, we couldn't choose too many areas. Ultimately, we've decided to do the conservation and restoration work in Lampung, in Jambi, and in West Kalimantan. But we were really, really impressed with all the people we met from UNRI, Universitas Rio, and also from the Bapeda Provinsi and some of the other dinas. So we really do want to continue to work in Rio. In fact, we're going to be doing under the flood risk component. That's a component we haven't talked about much here today, but we will be doing some research on flood risk in Pekanbaru. So we will be working in Rio on the flood risk component, but we also want to work on nature-based solutions with our friends from UNRI and maybe some other researchers and colleagues in Rio. Okay, so please jangan kami tidak mau apa mengecewakan atau or make you feel sad because we won't be doing as much work in Rio, but we will be doing research and we will be doing the flood research work there.
And I do see a question actually about that. That's written in English, so I can read it. I did research about community resilience in dealing with flooding in 2015 in that area, but little concern on nature-based solutions. May I improve? So that's something they can leverage that they've done work.
Thanks, Susan. We actually, initially we had included Pekalongan and North Jakarta as areas for looking at flood risk. And we went to Pekalongan, which is in Central Java. And we considered maybe trying to do some NbS work there or maybe some research. We're not going to do restoration work there just because I think, as everybody knows, there's a big problem there with keturunan tanah, yeah, the subsidence or subsidence. Penurunan tanah. Okay, it's really, really severe in Pekalongan, maybe even a bit more severe in Semarang and Demak. But it's dropping so quickly there. So areas that 5 years, 10 years ago were rice fields are now like ocean. Okay, it's really incredible, and they have to keep building bigger and bigger seawalls in the city part of Pekalongan, but in the rural areas, I don't know what the solution is going to be. So people there did ask us, could we help with mangrove restoration? But we just don't think it'll be possible because it's so deep, it's dropping so quickly, and there's so much abrasion from the sea. But there might still be an opportunity for doing some research there. But our sense is that the problems are so severe in Pekalongan that whether the government wants to and local people want to or not, they're going to have to retreat. There's going to have to be a managed retreat. But that, of course, is very complicated politically. It's not easy to move forward on that. But I don't know what the solution will be. We know in some places like Semarang, a lot of money, huge money is being invested, like almost like a New Orleans type approach. But I don't think they're not going to do that for the rural parts of Pekalongan, maybe for the city.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Do you want to continue before we break or
lunch is at 12?
Yeah, we can do it at 12 and we can do it earlier if you want. If you don't have,
let's go till 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah. Sorry, can you just wait for a microphone? That way the people on Zoom can hear you better. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Agus Samosir from IPB. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. You mentioned before the gender issue. I wonder how you played it in the research. Is it in the respondent, researcher, or the culture?
We have an entire presentation on that for you after lunch, and you're going to add answers to all of those questions.
Okay, I will.
I think there's another question at the
Oke,
back.
jadi
too.
tahan
Can
dulu
you
ya,
just
Pak ya.
pass it behind you?
Oke, Bu Meti, monggo Bu.
Yeah.
I'm Metia Kayani from IPB.
Hello.
I have a question. What's scope of the applied research or action research? Only for develop data or research for baseline action program, or until initiate or develop the program for the research?
That is a FINCAPES question.
Okay, I mean, you describe about the action research or applied research. So this research only for develop the data for the baseline or until initiate the program?
Yeah. Good question.
We had a similar question from Bryn this morning as well. I guess the short answer is for this component, we're hoping to generate solutions
and new approaches and that. But then we hope to pass them on to local government. We hope to pass them on to BRGM and that. So it won't be us. We won't be funding follow-on programming. But we could try and help you locate funding by connecting you with, different government departments and maybe funding agencies, but we won't be doing that. For the flood risk component, we may be, but that's a whole different component. The flood risk, we're going to look at the risk of flood, and then we're going to say, what should local government and other parties do about it? But for the NbS component, it's mainly about innovation, identifying solutions, and then sharing, as Susan said, sharing that knowledge and getting it out to the right people who can make decisions and also put some money behind it. Because our whole project's only $15 million Canadian, which is about 11 million, 12 million US. It might sound like a lot, but it's nothing in comparison to what the government of Indonesia is spending for, for restorasi dan konservasi lahan gambut dan mangrove, and some donors too. Like, when World Bank comes in, they have $300 million, $500 million projects. Okay, so we're small. The best thing we can do is be innovative and to be like a laboratory for improved approaches.
I would also maybe just add a footnote to that, I'm a researcher through and through. That's what I do. And the work that you do can be leveraged in future research proposals to other agencies. Not that FINCAPES isn't wonderful, but you do have a limited lifespan. And so you might learn something that'll be really useful to apply for more funding to, I don't know the national agencies in Indonesia, but I do know in Canada, we have Global Affairs Canada, which is funding FINCAPES, but we also have the International Development Research Center that funds lots of research everywhere in the world, primarily in LMICs. And then there's also Grand Challenges Canada, which is a funding organization that funds at the first level, they give you like pilot money, 100,000 Canadian dollars. Not a lot, but just to get things going. And then if they really like you and like your project, they'll give you $1 million to take it to the next level. So those are funding agencies that I am familiar with. I'm sure there are many others, but the skills that you get out of this workshop will hopefully allow you to move that further. Yeah.
There's so many agencies in Canada and in Indonesia too, but also the private sector. In Indonesia, virtually all big companies, they're all engaging in CSR, corporate social responsibility, or now sometimes we say ESG, right? Environmental and social governance. Okay. They have money to spend. So if you can come up with a good program, just last week we were out near Peak, Pantai Indah Kapuk, right? And we saw where Aeon Mall had spent a lot of money on replanting a mangrove area there. So that's just one example. So I think don't be afraid to go to the private sector too, because they've got money and they're looking for good publicity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's learn some more stuff before lunch. Oh, it's not lunchtime yet. Okay. We need to move from research problems to research questions. So this is a diagram I want you to commit to memory because we're going to come back to it 1,000,000 times over the next 3 days. And this is actually the basis for my undergraduate and graduate research methods courses. It's an old figure that comes from a textbook that's now in its 15th edition. So that's how you know it's really good. They just keep publishing this book in new editions, and the author is still alive and with us. I'm going to use Tara's amazing pointer. So we start with a research problem. This is something we want to understand. And I think you've heard all about that today. FINCAPES is your research problem. But somehow we need to turn that research problem into a doable research question, right? So Brent told you about some of those things today. So we have a problem. I'll use an analogous one. In the United States and in Canada, a lot of agricultural activity in the post-war era, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, related to growing tobacco, right? To make cigarettes. And then they would make cigarettes and export them and make lots and lots of money killing people with cigarettes. And I apologize if anybody in the room is a smoker. I am a former smoker. Hardest thing I ever did was stop smoking cigarettes in my whole entire life. to this day. Anyway, but then, you know, the Surgeon General in 1969 says if you smoke cigarettes, you're going to die of lung cancer. And then all of a sudden, these farmers who are growing tobacco, all of a sudden are not very nice people, and they have to figure out how else they're going to make a living. And so I'm hearing a lot of parallels with the communities here. If you're exploiting mangroves and peatlands to make your livelihood, and you can't do that anymore because the government has policies against that, how are you going to feed your kids? How are you going to put a roof over their heads? How are you going to send them to university so they can have a better life than you did? And we know too that work is more than just bringing money into your household. It's also a part of your dignity and your integrity. So maybe that's the research problem, and your research question is, how are we going to address alternative livelihood? That's like a mic drop. So a fundamental difference here is the research problem is something we want to understand. A research question is something we want to answer. There's got to be an answer to it. Before we can talk about that, we need to go to the literature and find out what are the big research questions. And I'm going to show you some really cool things that we discovered in preparation for this workshop. As I was sharing with Brent and Tara early this morning, I found this amazing paper, which is a systematic review of systematic reviews of nature-based solutions. We also found this amazing website, which is a list of all the research gaps in systematic reviews. We can go there. We can go to that literature and find out what we need to know to inform our research question. But then we get to this stage of conceptualization. We had that amazing question earlier. What is a sustainable ecosystem? Because that language is in, I'm going to guess, it's going to be in the call for proposals, and it's in our conversations. But that's a high order concept, sustainable ecosystem. How are we defining that? I used a definition from Gro Harlem Brundtland from the 1972 World Environment Summit, and I enhanced it with indigenous knowledge from my own country. That's how I'm defining it. How are you defining it? And that's at a high level. And when you're writing that proposal, it's going to be important to say, as Brent pointed out, I'm defining sustainable ecosystem like this. But you can't just say what? You can't just tell me, you got to show me. I'm defining it like this because I'm drawing on this literature or this report or this indigenous knowledge. So that's great. We've defined that concept now. We know what sustainable ecosystem is for us and for our proposal. But then we get down into the weeds, so to speak, of a peatland in operationalization. How are we going to know one when we see one? How can we say this ecosystem is sustainable because it has these specific parameters? What would those parameters be? How will I know them? Because I have to be able to measure them. It has to be measurable so that I can say at the end of the day, when I'm writing my report, you gave me this much money, I did these 5 things, and I now have a sustainable ecosystem. But I don't have a sustainable clicker anymore. Sorry, Tom. So how will I know it when I see it? I saw poverty reduction, right? So how do, as one of the ideas, I noted that from Brent's presentation. So what is a poor person? I was just reading results of a multivariate analysis yesterday of some of our work in sub-Saharan Africa. We don't talk about rich people when we do our research there. We talk about poor and less poor because there are no rich people in the communities within which we work. So poverty, what does poverty mean? And how do you define that? How would you define a poor person in Indonesia versus a not poor person? And then how do you know you've reduced poverty? Is it by increasing the GDP? Or is it by increasing GDP per capita? Is it by increasing the annual income for individuals? How do we know we've reduced poverty? How do we operationally define that? I'm gonna have to go buy Tara a new clicker tonight at the mall. And then we have to choose a research method. So how are we gonna go about collecting data? We might be doing something very natural science oriented. You won't hear me use the language hard and soft science. Natural science oriented, you're going to go out and take soil samples. You're going to go out and measure stream flow. You're going to count species. For example, Brent talked about the importance of birds in spreading seeds. Are we going to count things? If we happen to be doing a social science type thing, are we going to talk to people? Are we going to do surveys? Are we going to do interviews? Are we going to do focus groups? How are we going to get the information, those data that we need to answer our question? And then, what's our population and sampling? So we talked about where you're going to work. So your population can be human beings, but it can also be trees. It can also be a mangrove forest. It can also be a stream bed or a peatland. I'm going to work in this area because. But we also know you won't be able to do everything there. So if you're working in a specific area and you need to do soil samples, you actually draw out one of those things, right? So where you have a grid and you take a sample from each point in the grid. You're sampling from that population and you're doing that so that you are being consistent with the laws of inferential statistics. And I'm sure you've heard a lot of that from Bill. You're drawing a random sample, whether that's soil samples or people, so that you can make conclusions about the population. And that's where we're going to stop. Because then you'll go out and you'll collect all your data, you'll process the data, you'll analyze the data, and that will feed back into the next person's research question or your next research question. Science is very incremental, and you'll hear me say this over and over again as we work through the next couple of days. You have 12 months. So we really need to make sure that the research question is scoped in such a way that you can do all of these things within 12 months. And science is very incremental. And it's a hard thing to process that, I just want to try and answer this one little question. So once I get an answer to that question, then I can move on to other things. The example I often use with my students when I'm teaching is, does anybody know who invented the telescope? Pardon me? Anybody? Everyone thinks it was Galileo, but it really wasn't. He perfected it, but he actually had a good friend who lived in Finland who was lying on his deathbed, and Galileo went to see him, and they chatted, and the guy on his deathbed was saying, I had this idea. And he shared this idea with him, and then Galileo went and perfected it. Does anybody remember the name of the dying Finnish guy? No. But they remember Galileo. But Galileo would never have invented the telescope had it not been for the idea that this other guy had already had. So science is very incremental. It builds on itself. So as you're defining your research questions, I don't want you to think, oh, I have to define this very specific question because I only have 12 months and I'm not going to be able to do very much. You'll do a lot. And that will be the building block for the next stage. Tara, did I destroy the clicker? Oh, see, this is why you always have to have young people with you. Thank you so much. So this is the process we are going to go through in the next 3 days, so that by the time we're done, you are going to have a draft research proposal. Okay, so the thingy, the pointer works, but the making the slide go forward doesn't work. Oh, it did. Sorry. Okay, perfect. Now, there are all different kinds of sciences and all different kinds of scientists. One of the things I love doing is working in very what we call transdisciplinary teams with clinical scientists, basic scientists, social scientists, policymakers, NGOs. I love that. That's where I really thrive working in those teams. But it means we have to develop a language that we can speak to each other with. So when I talk about research questions, it's the same thing as saying research objectives or hypotheses. So if I was a chemist or a biologist, I wouldn't be talking about research questions or objectives. I'd be talking about hypotheses. I'm going to have this hypothesis. I'm going to test this hypothesis using data, and I'm either going to accept or reject the null hypothesis. When we're not doing lab-based work, we might talk about research objectives instead of hypotheses or research questions. To me, they're all the same. It depends on what kind of scientist we are. So we can use those terms, in my view, interchangeably. Because in every research process, we start with some theory or some idea, we develop hypotheses or questions, we collect some data, we have some findings, we either confirm or reject our hypothesis, or we say, yes, we were right about our research question or objective, or we were wrong. And then that tells us what we needed to know about our science. And then we go back to the top and we start again. Because as researchers, that's all we do. We just get stuck in this iterative loop. What I find really exciting is when I bring knowledge users, we call them, so your policymakers, your NGO partners, into that loop. Because then I don't feel so irrelevant. I feel like my science is actually being used to make change. So how do we develop a good research question? And where do questions come from? Sometimes they come from personal experience. So many people here are from governments and from NGOs. You're out in the field, you see these things happening. You know that somebody needs to answer a question. You know what that question is. Or you might get it from observation. Brent is here. He doesn't live here. He spends a lot of time here and he observes what's happening. And he will say, wow, I see that this is happening. Maybe we should do something about that. When I heard this morning about the 2015 fires, I immediately went to Google and started looking at that because that's really profound. And I saw that 2017, 18, there were more concerns about fires. This is an observation. We need to do something about this. Scientific reports. So I talk a lot about the peer-reviewed literature, the academic literature. But I know that our NGOs are also doing amazing, amazing work. And maybe they're not publishing in the peer-reviewed academic literature, but they've got these wonderful reports of the results of their work. So maybe we need to go to those reports and find out what's going on. The media is also a really good place to go. So we start to see, for example, media reports of fires or of flooding and the impacts on communities, on livelihoods, on ecosystems. And that sparks a question in us. Or we can go to the peer-reviewed literature. Go to the journal articles, and because every single journal article will end with a sentence that says more research is needed. And here are the areas where more research is needed. And we're going to share some sites with you that actually have lots of ideas. When we're formulating a research question, it needs to be really clear. It needs to be short, clear, lots of clarity, and it needs to be researchable. It needs to be doable. It should be related to existing research. So for example, it's not unusual to say so-and-so in their research on soil composition for successful mangrove regeneration found this in Japan. I'm going to see if I can find that in Indonesia. If there's more than one research question, they should be linked to each other. First, I'm going to describe this, then I'm going to investigate the relationship between this and this, and finally, I'm going to review the impacts of this, for example. It should allow you to make a contribution to knowledge. So what is your contribution going to be? And this is really almost trite to say, but it can't be too broad and it can't be too narrow, and that's why this afternoon, we're going to work a lot on research questions. How many research questions should we have? I don't know how many research questions FINCAPES will ask of you, but typically we have at least one and no more than 3. Why do we limit it to 3? I have no idea. We just always have 3 research questions. Now, I also grew up in a family where I spent a lot of time in church. And it was always that the pastor at the front of the church would have 3 points in his sermon. Probably because none of us could remember more than 3 things. But that always made for a good sermon when you had 3 points in it. So that's maybe why we have 3 objectives. So at least 1, but no more than 3. Once you get to 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, it's too much. We need to narrow it down. And I always encourage my students to have a verb. What is that in Bahasa? How do we have a verb in Bahasa? Perfect. So to do something active, right? To document, to explore, to investigate, to establish a relationship between X and Y. So having a verb in your research question or in your objective or your hypothesis. Here is this wonderful, wonderful tool I discovered in preparing for this workshop. I got so excited when I saw this. So you can, you'll get copies of the slides, but also if you take a photo of that, you can go to your Google and you can look up this website. And it's amazing. It is from something called Network Nature. And it has 169 research gaps for nature-based solutions. Now, these are not specific to Indonesia at all. These are in general. And you can search them, get enter search terms, broad topics. And so I'll just read out the first one because it's kind of blurry. You might not be able to see it. Significant lack of understanding regarding the conditions under which nature-based solutions achieve impacts, especially social and health impacts. So how do we measure impacts of nature-based solutions? Significant gaps. And this is from the academic literature, and then it actually tells you the specific journal article that says, here's a gap in nature-based solutions. And the topics are cost-benefit evaluation. So in my reading and preparing for the workshop, I saw a lot about the lack of cost-benefit, impacts for health and well-being as another broad topic. So you may not be interested in health and well-being stuff, but this is an area where this site has said there's a gap in the literature. And it's always great to fill a gap in the literature. And so when you're writing your proposal, you can say, I'm filling this gap in the literature. And FinCapes will say, well, we have to give you money because you're filling that gap in the literature. But this is a fabulous site that I just stumbled across, and it's got this list of 169 gaps in the academic literature around nature-based solutions. How cool is that? I can't remember off the top of my head, but you should also always think about the credibility of this source. And so I did spend some time going through the website to make sure it was a credible source, or else I wouldn't have used it with you. I just can't remember where it's from. Okay, so this is what your job is going to be. And we're way ahead of schedule. So I'm going to say to Azmi, maybe now is the time we would break for lunch. And when I come back, I will give everyone their assignment, which is you are going to work individually to develop a research question. And then we're going to put you together in pairs, both online and here. And you're going to talk about your research questions with a partner, because peer learning is a big, big part of this. So you'll talk through your research questions. By the end of the day, you will have a PowerPoint slide with your research questions on it. And you will share that with everyone in the room, and we'll do all the online folks too, so that before you walk out that door today, you are going to have your research questions ready. You will also, before you present your research questions, have, we're going to go through, Tara's going to go through that GESI document, so that you can inform your research questions with the gender equity and social inclusion piece. Sound good? Are there any questions before we close for lunch?
Ada pertanyaan Bapak Ibu? Mungkin
So
yang di Zoom ada pertanyaan. Kalau ada pertanyaan bisa raise hand terus langsung unmute.
So this will be the telling point if you really want to be here. If you disappear over the lunch period and don't come back, this afternoon is going to be a lot of hard work.
Oke, ada pertanyaan Bapak Ibu? Belum ada? So I think there's no questions now. We can take a break now, or?
Yep, take the break and we'll
Okay.
come back at 1:30, right?
Okay.
Back from lunch. And thank you to whoever prepared that delicious lunch. It was absolutely wonderful. Just a couple of housekeeping things from me. So I did get a notice that I should speak more slowly. I apologize for that. I am used to talking in groups where English is not a first language for some. And I think it will happen naturally, because my time zone is 12 hours different from your time zone. So now it's about 1:30 in the morning for me. So I think I will naturally slow down a little bit for the afternoon. One of the things we did over the break was have a look at the pre-survey that you filled out to get a sense of everyone's kind of level that they're at in terms of research grants. And it's quite what I would say bimodal. There are lots of people who responded, and we don't know who is who, it's all anonymous. Lots of people who responded who have no experience and no training in research grants at all, and some who have lots of experience. So I just want to say, please ask any questions that you want to ask. That's what we're here for. And if you're not comfortable asking in this big group, we will be coming around to all the tables during your work time, and you can ask us anything that you want to ask us about research proposals. And we might ask you where to shop in Indonesia. Okay, and then we're going to, we're going to ask you to do some work now, but, and we've identified that as individual work, but you may be here with a colleague that you intend to work with. So please, if that's the case, then work with that colleague or colleagues to develop your research question or questions, okay? So when we say individual work, you could be working with one or more other people. Part of our secret agenda for making you do some peer learning is to help build research teams. So you may talk about a research question that you have, and someone else in the room might say, oh, I want to work in that particular research area also, and I'm a social scientist and you're a natural scientist. We should work together. So that's part of why we're going to make you talk to each other, whether you want to or not. So what we're going to do now, we're going to do 4 things before the day is over. That doesn't include the nice break when we're going to have tea and cakes. For 30 minutes, we want you to work individually by yourself and think about what your research question or questions would be if you're responding to this research proposal. Just start with a question, and we will be around to talk with you, answer any questions that you have. The next step will be we're going to make you talk to the people at your table. Talk to your neighbor, and you're going to talk to them, and you're going to say, my research questions are these, what are yours? And have a conversation about them. This is maybe where you might build a team. Then we're going to have a session on GESI, gender, equity, social inclusion. And then we're going to give you a little bit more time to think about your research questions and how you've built that in. Then finally, if we have time today, we're going to have you present your research questions to everyone else and get lots of feedback and input. That's probably the scariest part, but it's the most important part. Because remember, you need a really clear research question. And some of the best advice I ever got about writing research grants was to give my research grant to someone who worked in the same area as me, and then also give it to someone who worked in a completely different area. Because that other person who worked in a completely different area of research from me, if they can't understand what I'm saying, then I haven't written clearly enough. How does that sound? Does that sound good? All right. So that's what we're going to do. We're also going to work with the groups on Zoom. So for 30 minutes, wherever our tech person went, they're going to work individually. And then I'll come back and say, okay, now we're going to ask you to talk to the people at your table, to at least one other person. We have lots of space here, so you can move to another area of the room or maybe out into that area out there when the meeting's done, and chat and present your research questions to each other. Before we hear about GESI, then you'll put your research questions on a slide and you'll have thought about how you're going to incorporate GESI. And then today we'll ask for really competent volunteers to start our presentation practice. And we'll complete that tomorrow morning. So everyone will have an opportunity to present their research questions, whether you're here or on the Zoom. And one of the things we'll do at the time when you're creating your slide is we will put up Tara's email address, and you'll just email the slide to her. So we will actually put the slide up here, and you'll stand up here and present your research questions and get lots of feedback. So if that sounds good, we're going to start the clock now. You have 30 minutes, and we will be around to chat with you, answer any questions that you have, give you encouragement, say good job. So good luck.
But what we're going to do is now talk about GESI. And so I just want to say also, if you're done your PowerPoint slide, don't send it yet, because what we want you to think about is after you hear this presentation, is there something that you might change about the problem and the research question that you're currently developing? So if I can just ask the slide deck. Okay, so GESI, a lot of questions came up today about this. GESI stands for Gender, Equity, and Social Inclusion. And I know that you all received a document already, so thank you to Boo Yvonne for creating that document because it was really great. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to take a look at it yet, but this presentation will kind of give you a more in-depth and an overview of that document. And so just wanted to highlight SDG 5 is gender equality, which is focused on achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. So before we talk about GESI, we also have to ask ourselves, why do we care about this topic? We have to have some of the context. Well, first, it's the moral imperative. So the moral imperative is talking about, it's something that we think that it's right to do. It also increases the validity of the science. So by including topics of GESI, we look at, it helps improve the quality and accuracy of the findings, improves the overall reliability and the validity of the research. And it's also an important consideration of the FINCAPES funding call. So if you remember what Susan said, when the call proposal comes out or any funding call, you always want to put the funders' words back to them. And it also leads to more impactful research and gives your proposal that extra edge. So major funding agencies, publishing journals across the globe, are pushing for gender aspects to be meaningfully integrated into all stages of the research. So we just wanted to go over some definitions to kind of give you that operationalization of what GESI is about today. So gender, we're thinking about, thinking carefully about the gender dimensions and the nature of your research, your methods, the composition of the research team, how do we implement the project, the governance and the knowledge translation components. For equity, I'm not sure if any of you've seen this before, but we're talking about equity and not equality. And so this picture is showcasing 3 kids looking at a baseball game, but the fence is covering them, right? So equality means that all 3 people just get 1 box, but that doesn't work because the little kid cannot see over the fence. Equity is highlighting the fact that, okay, so the tall person, maybe the adult, they don't need the box. The middle child gets 1 box, and the shortest one gets 2 boxes, because it's about giving that equitable opportunity for all 3, recognizing that different populations have different needs. Social inclusion is talking about the process of improving the terms on which individuals and groups take part in society. So improving the ability, the opportunity, and dignity of those who are disadvantaged on the basis of their identity. So even though we're talking about gender today, a lot of topics you might hear women and girls, we're actually also thinking about all of those who are underrepresented. So persons with disabilities, children, older adults, low income, thinking about all of the underrepresented populations. So globally, we know that increasing gender equality can help us promote and protect the human rights of all vulnerable and marginalized groups. And it also increases their participation in equal decision making. It actually can also deliver strong economic growth. So this is Global Affairs Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy. And they found that by increasing gender equality, it can actually increase the global GDP by 12 trillion Canadian in a single decade. Now what that means for the Indonesian context, I don't know, but a lot of zeros. It also improves everyone's chance for success through targeted investments, partnerships, innovation, advocacy efforts to close those gender gaps. And increasing gender equality also builds long-lasting peace, benefits entire families, and empowers all those who face discrimination. So what I mentioned before, we're talking about all underrepresented populations. So you can see here in the Global Affairs Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy, the priority actions actually has a section focused on environment and climate action, because we know that this is a gender issue as well. So locally, this is what I found in the research, that we know that in Indonesian context in 2022, the National Adaptation Plan with UNICEF's support looked at mainstreaming climate actions into WASH policies, so the programs and plans. The government of Indonesia also hosted the G20 summit under the theme of Recover Together, Recover Stronger. We know that COVID-19, the pandemic, impacted women and girls a lot harder because they were at home. And then also the UNICEF's has a Building Back Better for Women and Girls in Indonesia. In their country report, they talked about how do we unlock opportunities for gender equality in the post-COVID-19 recovery agenda. And so to understand gender bias in research, there is a research gap talking about the intersectional gender dimension. So demographic groups are often treated as aggregated, homogeneous groups, but women, men, and other underrepresented groups, they all have different roles, different knowledge, and different experiences. So we can't just classify them as one. For example, in the informal sector, women often are working as unpaid work, the household work, family labor. It also provides a deeper understanding on the aspects of how different oppressions work to exacerbate or alter the experience of one another. So it allows us to understand each other's context, each other's issues. We also often overlook the lived experiences and views of underrepresented demographic groups, and that can unknowingly lead to the wrong conclusion of your results, or it might provide an incomplete picture of the problem. So in traditional research, we also know that women and experiences and contributions often remain invisible. Specifically, what the research found is in natural sciences and economic disciplines, this is something that's not often addressed. So I found a couple of articles that talked about looking at conservation and natural resource management, looking at the gender part of it. And for this article in James et al. In 2021, they found that in every country and in almost every setting and organization, women are routinely disadvantaged in conservation issues just because they are women. In another article, it also found that for ecologists, only 11% of the top publishing authors in conservation and ecology are women. So it shows that there's still a lot of opportunities. From a case example that was in the document that you received from FINCAPES, we were talking about this earlier in climate change research, specifically Indigenous groups. Indigenous women are often not invited to participate in the discussions, but say we're looking at forest management, they hold really important roles. They're traditional knowledge keepers, and they're the guardians of natural resources in a community and region. So the research impact by not including women in this is that their voices and knowledge are not noticed or documented in the research process. And the incomplete picture that we were talking about earlier, we're missing an important consultation process in the research process. So I wasn't sure if anyone had any other examples that they might have seen in Indonesia where this might happen. But you can think about this as well. What we want to emphasize also, though, it does not mean that all research should focus on gender as a demographic group, but it's rather a question of identifying which ones need to be included to ensure accurate and representative research findings. So how do we do this? There's 5 different approaches that you can kind of take in consideration. So from women, the color scheme basically shows that the lighter color, it's kind of like you're including women, but it's not the main topic, to the darker colors, where this is a gold standard of gender transformative research. And so you can think about your research in this aspect when you're considering aspects of GESI. So for the first one, women incidental research projects. So, what this means is that diverse groups of women are incidental to the project. They might be mentioned in passing, but there's no specific analysis of women as a target group. But oftentimes, if you classify your research as women incidental research, you have to provide a rationale and justification of why they're not the main kind of focus. And so an example here is this is just an example that I kind of made up. But the primary focus of the research project could be to evaluate the efficiency and accessibility of the development of urban transportation infrastructure in coastal areas. So if we classified our women incidental, this topic as a women incidental research project, the outcomes might end up finding that, there is experiences of women that we need to talk about, but it wasn't the main findings of this research project. Women inclusive research. So what this means is that perhaps in your research study design, diverse groups of women are included as one of the target groups, which means that they're the beneficiaries or participants in the project. So the research project could include a intersectional gender analysis. And so if your research topic today, you'll be deciding that the primary focus of the research project is to develop sustainable wetland solutions by actively involving and addressing the needs of the nearby community. Women might be a group in that, but you also might include men, you also might include older adults. So it's included, but they're specifically one of the target groups that you're looking to include. For women-specific research, so if you classify your research project as women-specific research, this means that you're focusing on women, but it doesn't show the evidence of a detailed analysis of gender relations, power relations, and the different categories of women and men. So they're designated as a focus. So women might be the participants, they're the beneficiaries, the target groups of the project. So for example, a research project that could come out of this means that, your research design might look at examining the extent of women's access to fishing resources, such as boats, gears, and fishing technologies, and analyzing the impact of resource distribution, specifically on women's participation and success in the fishing sector. Because we know that a lot of times in fishing industries and employments, men might be the main people who are the fisheries, but women also play an important role too. For gender-focused research, so if you're classifying your research design as a gender-focused research, your research project will include an intersectional gender analysis, and it outlines a process for conducting this. That includes an examination of the socially constructed powers and relations between categories of women and men. So thinking about, the history of the culture that you're in. Why do women and men have different roles? What kind of power dynamics that might play into? We might also look at the differential access to and control over resources and benefits within the context of the project's overall research question. So this might mean that your research question has gender specifically in it. And so an example of a project might be that you're looking at a climate project that looks to investigate the different impacts of flooding on genders and develop strategies that enhance resilience and adaptive capacity of both women and men in flood-prone areas. So you're not just looking at a community, but within your question, you specifically say you're looking at men and women impacts, because that will be different in a flooding context. There's a little star here because this is the gold standard. So gender transformative research. This means that the research project will contribute to a deeper understanding of intersectional gender inequality. It has the potential to improve the lives of large numbers of diverse or specific groups of women and the relations between women and men through significant policy influence. And it has, action impact that's not just locally, but nationally and globally as well. We're not saying, again, that you have to do this for your FINCAPES project, but these are the different classifications of how you can incorporate gender into your research. So an example might be that this specific research project looks to actively challenge and transform existing gender norms and power structures within, say, agroforestry systems. So your primary goal of this research project might be looking to enhance the effectiveness of applied nature solutions for sustainable agriculture by specifically addressing and reshaping gender inequalities. This is a very big picture way to do the research. And so again, we bring it back to why do we think this is important to the research process? So it's important because it can bridge the power and the research credibility gap between different organizations and civil-based organizations. It's not focused on just changing the scope and the subject of the research, but it's by addressing gender equality, we can get new perspectives into the issues. We can raise new questions, and we can use different tools to create a more complete picture of the problem. It also introduces intersectional and gender-responsive research methodologies as a way to empower the research subjects and the participants. So by including women, that actually also gives them a chance to provide and listen to their opinions. It also helps find solutions that can lead positive change for both women and men, because there's different impacts from these climate change impacts. And by addressing gender equality and GESI, we have higher quality and more rigorous research. Because again, we're getting the whole picture now. So I just want to check in right now. Is there anything that we can clarify for you before we move on how to bring this into the research process? You can use Slido to put in your questions. If I'm going too fast, let me know. All right, I usually wait 20 seconds. Nobody raises their hands. I'll move on. So these are just a 12-step process on how we suggest that you could consider incorporating GESI into the research process. You don't have to follow every single 12 steps, but it's a way to think about it in an easy framework. So first, now that you've already had the research problem, thinking about it from the GESI perspective, identify the problem. Does your research problem consider gender and intersectional issues? So step 2, define a conceptual framework that reflects the situation and experiences of men and women, and also consider all their social identities. So if you're thinking about the impact to a community, who is it impacting? What are the populations that are most impacted? There's a lot of different aspects to consider, not just gender, but their ethnicity, what age group they're in. Are they part of the formal or informal sector? And this helps us to avoid inadvertent male biases or majorities or minorities biases in our research. Step 3, we can apply and include an intersectional gender lens as part of the formulation of the research questions. So now that you've had your research questions, if you think that from step 1 that there is a gender component, maybe that's where you want to include it specifically in the research question. So for example, you could ask, how are women and men with persons with disabilities, underrepresented groups, currently affected by the issue? What role do each of them play in identifying the problems and the issues and the solutions? So step 4, also using inclusive definitions of the concepts. So Susan had mentioned part of the research process, we're going to look at conceptualization and operationalization, making sure that your language is also inclusive. You don't want to have any bias or prejudice or generalizations of the concepts that you're using. So where we are right now with the 12-step process is step 1 and 2, thinking about it from the research problem. Step 3 was thinking about, do we need to include this in our research question? And then step 4, making sure that we conceptualize it with inclusive language. So step 5, so this is where you guys are now. This is thinking about GESI throughout the entire research design. So if we were at kind of the methodology section, we're thinking about, can we develop an intersectional, gender-sensitive methodology? So it's about, if we had women included today in our target group as a participant, we need to make sure that we're building rapport with the community, using tools that are both participatory, respectful, and accountable. What that means is that we're not just talking to them, but we're talking with them, listening to their opinions, ideas. Qualitative tools to capture people's perspective and diversity of viewpoints is really great strategy for including inclusive methodology with GESI in mind. So we know that quantitative methods is useful for identifying the what and how many, but qualitative data really helps us understand the how and the why to our research problem. Step 7, you would set up your methodology to ensure that the intersectional gender analysis is tailored to the specific research topic. So not all methods will work for all of your research topics. We understand that. And that's why there's 5 different ways that you could have included the method. So if you're looking at it from a more technical part, maybe your research will be classified as the woman incidental research. And that's okay. So you want to make sure that you're tailoring the topic so it's providing relevance to your sector and your subsector, and highlighting the unique barriers and opportunities for underrepresented groups. So people who are working on wetlands and peatlands, you might have very different barriers and opportunities for women than people who are working in the forestry area. So thinking about that in mind as well. Your sector has different challenges for these underrepresented groups. So just showing you where we are in our research process now, we're thinking about it from the methodology. So step 8, think about who is on your research team. So whether that be the lead, the co-I, investigators, making sure that your research team reflects as much as possible the research participant identities as well. So if you're working with a community in a rural area, but you're targeting women specifically, maybe having a woman from this community on the research team is really important. Thinking about, is your team diverse enough? Do you have a fair balance of women and men, even in the leadership team? This is something that's really important because people take a look at this, that when you're looking at funding, they want to make sure that you have a good representation. And you have a great group of people here today. You've met people in your tables, but you can connect during the breaks as well and say, hey, maybe we should put our resources together and work together. This really helps bring that interdisciplinary collaboration, but also making sure that we're taking account of making sure our team is also diverse. We have a good balance of men and women on the team. Consider the ethical framework governing data collection and analysis. So if you were going to do research that's talking to women groups as well, who is collecting the data? Is it a woman that's going to be interviewing other women? This is really important because that might also actually influence the information's quality, authenticity, and value. So making sure that we address these ethical practices by making sure that we have these clear guidelines to safeguard the data, as well as how we share this data as well, is important to think about. And your university might have different ethical guidelines that you need to adhere to. So this is important to consider for GESI. And so just step 8, I said, I put thinking about your research team at the top for the entire research process, because I think that's something from the very beginning that you should think about when you're talking about your research problem, who is on your team. So step 10, making sure that we use an intersectional gender-sensitive tool. So what this means is thinking about the location of the interview. the timing of data collection. So if we were interviewing someone today, say we're looking at specifically mothers, well, you don't want to be only scheduling interviews when they have to go pick up the children from school, because that's going to impact whether they can come and participate. Thinking about the location as well. Should it be done in a home setting? Who is around at the interview location? Do they feel safe to be able to talk about the issues? We also include here written materials appropriate to education levels. So like I said, this is not just women that we're thinking about, but also all underrepresented groups. Some people may be illiterate and have low literacy levels. So we want to make sure that if we're giving them research materials to read ahead of time, that this is considerate of all different types of research levels. It's also important to show interest in their knowledge and opinions. So just because we include them as a participant, and you kind of, it can be very easy when you're interviewing that you're not really looking at them. By showing interest, it builds that rapport, it builds the trust, and it shows them that you value their opinion and you want to listen to that, because they're often neglected. Step 11, you can take an intersectional gender perspective into the account of the analysis and interpretation of the data collected. So if you're doing surveys today, like we said, a lot of the data, sometimes it's homogeneous. It's not actually providing gender disaggregated data. And it's important to document this because based on gender, our socioeconomic differences, it produces different results. And you can tell from the pre and post survey, it's not just gender we collected, but we also collected, are you from an NGO? Are you from a government, academic? Because it's important that we see this kind of result. So just showing from the research process where step 10 would fall and step 11 for analysis of the data. And so lastly, in the step 12, we want to present the research findings by ensuring visibility of the gender dimension of the research topic. So whether you're thinking about just from a women incidental research to gender transformative, by acknowledging and actively highlighting the diverse contributions and experiences of women and other underrepresented groups and men through various social identities. This is really important because it's not just showing that you provide a report back to the research funding call, but when you're providing the results, you're actively showing this is what we found from the men's perspective, this is what we found from women's perspectives, this is what we found from different underrepresented groups, because what that leads to is different recommendations and different understanding of all of these different groups. So is there anything that we can clarify for you at this stage? A feedback. 1 second. Oh, he has a microphone already.
Thank you. This is a really interesting ideas and topic. I'm Piju Sagala from C4 Aircraft. I have 2 questions. For the first one is, as you said before, the data quality is really important by the gender, right? So could you explain more the example of how data quality affected by the gender? Because, for in reality, how we know that people that we will interview will be so much comfortable depends on, is it man or woman that will be interview them. So, how we know that people can be uncomfortable based on the gender in the term of interviews. And then the second one is, I just want to clarify that can we use the data based on the interviews only? For example, if we interview some people in the field, but sometimes maybe we think that they say several things to be light, like they don't tell us the truth based on our, maybe like background studies from the paper and something. So is it possible, like using the data from the interviews only. Thank you.
Yeah, so to answer your first question about, the data collection, I think what we're trying to show you is that, it depends on every context and culture. I can't speak for your culture because, I'm not as well informed about it. But it's important to do that literature review and understanding of who you're talking to, building that community rapport to understand, is it more appropriate that a woman collects this data in this community? There's different cultures where, a woman cannot speak without the presence of a man, right? So it's thinking about this kind of aspects into your research design that helps strengthen the data collection. And for the second question, and maybe Susan?
You're absolutely right. And so in countries where I work, we always ensure that it's a woman interviewing a woman and a man interviewing a man, because a woman will tell things to a woman that she won't tell to a man. And a man will tell things to a man that he won't tell to a woman. So you want good data? We feel like you're going to get better data that way. But you do have to be culturally specific. So for example, we have a project ongoing right now in 5 countries, and we have adults who are interviewing children who've experienced violence. And so those children, doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl, are much more likely to be honest with a woman interviewing them than with a man. A man is going to be seen as an authority figure and a power figure. So it depends on the research question and the cultural context, as Tara said. But in general, a man will tell things to a man that he won't tell to a woman, and vice versa. And if you want good data, that's one way to do it. In the context of how do you know they're telling you the truth? There are ways actually of addressing that in the context of how you develop your data collection tool. If you've got a survey, for example, there are ways that you ask questions that will get you better, more valid answers. In my world, for example, I learned very early on when I designed surveys, I don't ask you how old you are, because you're not going to tell me. But I'll ask you, in what year were you born? And you will tell me. I don't know why that is, but it works. And then I actually know your age. We know that if, in surveys where someone calls you up or asks you a question, how tall are you and how much do you weigh, so they can calculate your body mass index, you will always overestimate your height and underestimate your weight. That's human nature. And in fact, my country, the National Statistics Agency, has done research to determine what the multiplying factor should be. So they interviewed a bunch of people, said, how tall are you? How much do you weigh? And they wrote all that down and they said, okay, now we're going to come to your house and we're going to measure you and put you on a scale. And so they actually created this multiplying factor. They know exactly how much you're lying. So it depends on how you structure the questions. And one of the things that we do is make sure we're asking questions in a particular order in a survey. And also asking the same question in different ways throughout that survey. So there are techniques, and if people are doing surveys and interviews and stuff, we'll focus on those methods on Wednesday. There are techniques to ensure that you get as valid data as you can. But that, and what we call that when we talk about, woman interviewing women, we talk about positionality. And we also talk about, like, if some of you very smartly dressed men are going to go interview farmers in a village, you dress differently, right? Because if you showed up wearing, your fancy going to dinner out in a fancy restaurant outfit, that's not going to make them feel comfortable. Your whole job is to make the person that you're talking to feel comfortable, that they can identify with you, build rapport with you.
And I think we have a question from online.
Actually, we have one questions from online. This is from Pak Rahmat Pramulya, and I think he's on camera right now. Pak Rahmat, mau bertanya langsung? Do you want to ask directly to Susan and Tara? You can unmute um, Pak Rahmat. Halo Pak. Ya, Pak Rahmat, mau bertanya langsung?
Baik, terima kasih. Ini pertanyaan sebelum istirahat ya tadi.
Ya. Mau bertanya langsung Pak? Atau mau saya bacakan saja?
Iya. Jadi yang saya tanyakan terkait dengan kalau kita mendapatkan kasus pada saat wawancara dengan masyarakat yang terkena dampak bencana, apakah narasi yang mereka sampaikan di dalam observasi kita untuk menemukan problem question itu perlu kita validasi dengan gap analysis sehingga kemudian narasi itu dapat dijadikan latar belakang. Jadi pertanyaan utamanya adalah perlukah kita melakukan gap analysis sebelumnya terkait dengan narasi atau cerita dari masyarakat sehingga kemudian itu bisa menjadi latar belakang. Demikian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Rahmat, saya translate dulu ya Pak. So there's a question from Pak Rahmat. If he is doing the discussion with the community that get impacted from the problem that he is trying to find, so is their history has to be constructed through the gap analysis, and is it has to be like constructed into the like the background of the problems?
So I think this goes back to what your research problem and your research question is, because the question determines the method. And if your research problem specifically has the community involved, thinking about it from the GESI framework, thinking about who's in the community, that's where we're saying think about who those underrepresented populations are. So if women, men, other underrepresented populations, they make up this community, perhaps it's important to get those different backgrounds.
Yeah, so, oh, sorry. I know this is going through the translator, just a footnote to that. So we are working with a community to determine how vulnerable they are to climate change. And so we need to learn about that community and who are the different population groups and who's more vulnerable. So in this particular community, there is a group of migrant farm workers who come to this community from their home countries, in this case, Mexico, coming to Canada to work on the farms for short periods of time, and then they go back home to Mexico. So they leave their families, they leave their homes, they come, they work on the farms during, for example, harvest season, harvest all the crops, get paid not very much money by Canadian standards, but when they take that money back home to Mexico, they made a lot of money. They're really vulnerable to the impacts of climate change because that will impact agriculture and so on and so on. They're already poor. They're already marginalized because they don't look like other Canadians in the community. They don't speak English. So they're already marginalized. So we have to pay particular attention to that vulnerable population. So understanding the makeup of the community is, yes, very important in shaping your research protocol. Does that answer the question, Asmi? Yeah. And also, do you want to stop now and take a break? We can come back after the break and take more questions.
Okay. So, Pak Rahmat, is that answer your questions? Sudah menjawab pertanyaannya, Pak?
Terima kasih. Terima kasih sudah menjawab dari apa yang saya tanyakan.
Yeah, he said thank you for all of you. Okay, so Ibu Meti, maybe we can hold your questions after the break. Sorry. We will have 30 minutes break for praying. And also we have coffee break, right, Buifon? We have coffee break. Okay. So for participants in online, we will have a break until 3:40, I guess. Yeah, 3:40, and then we'll be back here. And so
Yeah,
please
when we come
sorry.
back, we'll continue this discussion, take all of your questions around GUSI. And if you have the opportunity over the break and you're ready, put your research questions on a slide and send it in, and we'll go through those as soon as we're done this discussion. We'll get as many done as we can today, and then we'll reconvene in the morning with more.
Oke, thank you. Jadi kalau ada pertanyaan yang langsung ini boleh di Slido juga, nanti boleh langsung juga ya. Baik, terima kasih.
Yeah. From your explanation, I think or I catch that Gesi's perspective will be used in our methodology. Is it right? I mean, the the approach is qualitative only or mix, and then the technique to get data is FGD, uh, uh, FGD and apa dan wawancara itu apa? Interview. Is it only qualitative research with we 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 get information especially from women? Is it right? I want your explanation. Thank you.
So what you'll hear me say over and over and over again throughout these few days is the question will determine the method. So the method that you choose, the methodology that you choose will be determined by the research question that you're asking. I know, because I chatted to your group, that you want to understand the impacts on women and how women can be empowered to address the environmental degradation caused by the mangrove situation. So yes, you should talk to women. And when you say FGD, I'm just going to confirm you mean focus group discussions. Yeah. Yeah. And interviews. So yes, that makes very good sense. I would also say, just because I've done recent research on the impacts of COVID-19 on women in sub-Saharan Africa, and one of the things we did was we took what's called a life course perspective. So I'm not the same woman now that I was when I was 18 years old, or 30 years old with young children, or if I were 85 years old. Women are different at different age categories or different life cycle stages. So you might just think about, are we going to interview some young women, some middle-aged women, some senior women, and then some really old women? And I use this phrase all the time too. I plant seeds. Something for you to think about is we have done, and this is also in the course of resources. In our case, that's water and climate change. But we have done what are called oral histories. So we go find the really old women and we ask them to tell us about their life and what it was like when they were young, and when they were young married women, and when they were older, in terms of that resource and how things have changed over time. We get a lot of really rich data from those very old women because they've lived a long time, they've lived through a lot, and they have nothing left to lose. So they will be very honest with you. and they'll tell you exactly what they think. And we have used that situation to also ask them, if you were in charge, what would you do? If you were prime minister, or if you were the minister of this, or the owner of the forest, or whatever. So just something for you to think about, talking to women at different age groups, right? Because you remember yourself, if you're a woman who has children at home that you're responsible for, you think differently than when you're a young woman who's 20 and you're not married yet and you don't have children. So just something to think about. But I think your question was, is this an appropriate methodology? And I would say, yes, I think it is. I don't know, Tara, if you would add anything to that.
Yeah, so just to make clear that the 12 steps were just ways for you to think about GESI into your research. And the reason why we said qualitative was a suggested methodology, but it's not the only way, because it was also thinking about the survey, having gender data in there. So that's just something I want to emphasize, that it's not the only one. But like she said, the question determines the method. So thinking about what's the appropriate method to answer the question.
Any other GESI questions? Okay, so they might come up as we're moving through designing our research questions and our research protocols and so on. So what we would like to do over the next about an hour, before everybody either decides they just want to go home or they're going to fall asleep, is look at the slides that you've created about your research questions. Now, every individual or small group, if they're working together, is going to get a chance to do this before we're done. But because it's the first day, I'm going to ask for brave volunteers who might want to go first, as opposed to waiting till tomorrow to talk about research questions. And I know that some people sent in their slides already. So if you've already sent in your slide and you'd like to talk about your research question, who's brave enough to go first? The clock, so somebody has to do something. And you can present in either language because we have simultaneous translation. Yay! Very
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. I would like to present some of my research question, but wait for the presentation. Okay. Nah, thank you. So, I'm interested to do some research plan related to mangroves in West Borneo, exactly in the Batu Ampar area, because there in Batu Ampar there is kind of local communities that their economic needs fulfilled by using mangrove. Okay, for the next slide, please. So the research issues is we would like to compare the economic losses and income from harvesting mangrove timber for the charcoal industry in Batu Ampar, because most of the local people in Batu Ampar gain their economic from harvesting timber to be a charcoal industry. So for my parts, please next for the next slide. My research question is the first one: how much income of local community gain for harvesting timber for charcoal industry in a home industry scale? And Tara suggests me that could be a research objective, but we will see later. And the second research question is that possible to shift local communities' main income sectors to be more into natural-based solution by not harvesting mangrove timber? Actually, there is a lot of option uh, to shift their income sector, not only for harvesting the mangrove, but it not it not yet been calculated precisely the beneficial of that. And the third one, the third research question is: are there other viable options for local communities to meet their daily needs while preserving the mangrove forests they depend on? Now, so there is three research question I proposed for the proposal. Thank you. Perhaps some of you wanna give some input for us from Tanjung Pura University. Thank you.
Okay, if you were reviewing this research proposal, would you fund these research questions? Do you have any comments, questions? Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Vita from IPB, and surprisingly, the research theme and also the topic and also the place is exactly same with me. So I'm surprised. And but I will add the research question about the perception, behavior, and knowledge of community. And then it's important to make strategies for community empowerment and also the method for criteria for respondent. We will consider about the gender and then also the geography of village because I think the Batu Ampar they have coastal area and then they have the terrestrial area, right? So maybe it's the different character for community, and then we will ask for women and men, and then the young and old people like that. Yeah, I just add like that. Thank you.
Wonderful. That's great. So you guys need to talk to each other. Can I just ask a question? Can you tell me how objective 2, this one, is different from objective 3?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Once more.
So this objective is asking, is it possible to shift local communities' main income sector to be more into natural-based solutions? This one is saying, are there other viable options for local communities to meet their daily needs while preserving the mangrove forests?
Yeah, it kind of sounds the same, but I think it's different because the third question is we consider some options, the viable options to change the main sector of the harvesting mangrove for the community. But the second question is we do kind of in my imagination, yeah, not I don't know yet for sure, but is that possible? We do some economic calculation for the sum option of the third questions.
So cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, cost
Okay.
benefit analysis.
So you might want to build that language into that research question.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And you may see me making a list of words on the whiteboard, and these are concepts that you're using in your research questions. So as we move forward, we will have to define these, right? So what do we mean when we say viable? And the last thing I just want to ask yourself is there anything out of the GESI discussion that is shaping those research questions from a social inclusion perspective or gender or equity? As an outsider, maybe I can ask a question because I don't know, but the people who cut the trees down and turn it into charcoal to make a living for their income, are they rich people? No, they're very poor people, right? So there are equity considerations here. You can't just take away their livelihood. You can't just say, stop, you can't do that anymore. You can't just make a law. You have to think about how they're going to feed their families. Yeah. So I would just encourage you to think about how you could fit that into the research question about addressing equity issues. But I think they're great research questions, obviously. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. I think they're great research questions. Your group has, or yourself has done a great job. I'm just going to add actually another, oh, I did already. This word community, because we're using that a lot. But what do we mean when we say community? Is it a geographic area? Or is it a group of individuals? How will we, and you don't have to tell me right now, but I'm just saying, like, going forward, how will we define community? Anybody have any other questions or comments? Can I put yourself on the spot to tell us your research questions now? I know you said them out loud, but do you have a slide that we can look at and embarrass you and bring you up to the front? And
While we get the next slide sorted, if anybody else is starting to think that they want to share their slide, just raise your hand. I'll come to you. I have a USB, and we can also send it over to FINCAPES.
while we're sorting out the Wi-Fi problem, we can do it that way. You're going to go right after her if that's okay. Yeah. Do we have a slide? I think you're on the right.
Yay. Okay, thank you. I am Meti Ekayani and my student Ramawati from IPB University would like to share our research question. So our title is about the role of women in sustainable mangrove management resources. This topic due to the problem, next. Next. Okay, this is our research problem. So when the mangrove damage, it will causes family economic problem. So women as a housewives are the parties most vulnerable due to the mangrove damage because of the family economic problem from the mangrove. From the problem, it is also important women to be involved in sustainable mangrove management because women usually as a victim of
Sorry, we're on the next slide.
no, this one here, okay.
Oh, I thought we were at the questions. Okay, sorry, I apologize.
Yeah,
I apologize.
so we think it is better if women also involved in sustainable mangrove management for their family economic. From this problem, we come up with the research question. Next, please. This is our question. First, how much vulnerability and resilient women mangrove resource damage? And the second, can mangrove ecotourism provide added economic value for the community? And the third, how women can play a role in sustainable mangrove management through the ecotourism. So because we think that ecotourism is one of the good business model to give the added value economic for the community from the mangrove conservation. That's all for us. Thank you.
Wonderful. Can I just ask, just before you sit down, just wondering about, again, the difference between these two questions. So can mangrove ecotourism provide added economic value for the community? And then how can women play? Okay, I got it. Can it happen? How can women play a role in that? I got it. Good. Questions, comments for this group? I see how women are playing a role in our research workshop. Thank you so much. That's great. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Using the
how will you choose or you determine the the what we call the informant, because it's you mentioned woman, but in terms of intersectionality, woman is not homogeneous, yeah, like Ibu said, yeah, and also how it will be intersect.
For the woman that we will choose as the respondent, you mean, yeah, for the key informant. So first we will choose the woman surrounding the mangrove. I mean, usually they are household or wife of the people who work with the mangrove. So usually the community surrounding the mangrove use the mangrove as a fish pond. Yes, when the mangrove damage, so it will uh, uh, it will make a damage also to the fish pond because of flood and other damage. Yeah, and it will be uh, also have the impact to the uh, household economic. Yeah, so we will choose the woman surrounding the mangrove and who as the who have the impact for the that mangrove. I mean something like that. Yeah. So due to the ecotourism, we hope that women can involve. Perhaps they can make some food, or they can also develop the education tourism. Also, they can make some souvenir for the tourists. But in this condition, they need for the capacity building. So the woman capacity building will be one of the recommendation for us, but it's will be depend on the evidence or the data that we will have with that we will get from the location. Like that. Thank you. Or have you any suggestion, perhaps?
Thank you, Ibu. I just want to make a practical example of how we use intersectionality lens, yeah, when we pursue in the research. I think when you want to what we call select the informant, we need to consider that woman is not homogeneous and they're heterogeneous, and maybe you can take into consideration about the livelihood, ya. Mereka kerja apa, misalnya ada kategori situ woman yang perempuan yang bekerja sebagai apa misalnya, and also economic background juga kan, apa dari kelas sosial yang bagaimana gitu kan, ada beragamnya mungkin, and also age, umur mungkin atau apa itu termasuk youth dan sebagainya. Jadi what Ibu Susan mentioned like example from Sub-Sahara, ya. So we need to ensure that the data will be valid and represent not only one voice, yeah, because discrimination, exclusion, it happens usually because there is intersex between one social category and others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
When we talk about JC or intersectionality, it's not only women, yeah, but also men.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion. So you mean we will make the segmentation of our respondent due to the demography condition, yeah, and perhaps we will also looking for the other any woman community there, and perhaps we can also comparative between the women who involved in the body group, woman group, or not in woman group. Perhaps something like that. We will see what is condition in location. Thank you.
Susan and
Thank
Tara.
you. That's great.
So Susan, before we move on, there was somebody who has a hand up online that
Zoom,
wanted
yeah.
to comment. So I'm not sure if the person on Zoom, if you have your question, you can unmute yourself.
Halo, Pak. Siapa tadi nih?
Saya bermaksud presentasi problem
Oke, baik.
riset.
Bapak mau langsung share screen dari sana? He would like to present his research questions.
Okay, we have one person
Oh, okay.
already lined up. Can he go after?
Oke, Pak Rahmat, izin Pak, habis satu presentasi di sini langsung ke Bapak ya. Ya, silakan Ibu.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, the slide is very simple.
That's okay.
Yeah. So the title is about strategies of community empowerment for livelihood strengthening and sustainable mangrove management in Batu Ampar village in Kuburaya, Regency, West Kalimantan. The location is same with the previous presentation. And this next. Okay. Maybe we can jump to research question. So the first research question is about what is the community perception, knowledge, and behavior based on the target group. So we will ask from the young generation, old generation, farmer on the outside of farmer, and regarding mangrove management and conservation in Batu Ampar district. And then the second one is about what is alternative community livelihood in Batu Ampar district. And then the third question is about the recommendation for community empowerment is sustainability mangrove management. And then the next slides, I add the criteria of selection of respondent. Yeah, it's about forest ownership. Actually, I just once come to Batu Ampar, so I'm not familiar so much. But in imagination, maybe they have a private forest. I mean, private mangrove, not state forest. So maybe it's different character, and then the different type of concession. I mean, it's natural mangrove or plantation mangrove, and then the different actors, and then geography, the terrestrial area or coastal area, and then in the institution, gender, and then community livelihood activities. They are logger because I think the logger is big issues in there, and then the farmers, and then maybe the fishermen, and then the X. So the representative of each X, like that. So maybe if we have a good opportunity, you and I, we can make collaboration to make just one topic, but we can conclude all the topics, the research question for this.
So I would just make one suggestion, and I'm sorry, I'm very ignorant of the geography, but you're looking at two different geographic areas, right? You're looking at this area and you're looking at a different area. So thinking about a comparative analysis.
Yeah.
And my only thought there, and I'm going to turn this question to FinCapes, that would cost a lot of money. So does it make sense for them to bring their projects together and maybe ask for twice the money, and one group would be working in one area, one group would be working in the other area, but they'd be using a similar protocol, similar data collection tool, so they could do a really good comparative analysis.
Yeah.
And Asmi's not going to answer me, but I'll just plant that seed with her to think about, because that would be amazing, right? Yeah. But it might leverage you if you can say, we're going to share data collection tools, we're going to share protocols, so that we can bring these data together at the end and do some really good comparative analysis. Yeah, and so you should talk. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's do our one on Zoom. Right. Yeah, for sure.
Pak Rahmat, sudah siap untuk presentasi, Pak? Bapak bisa presentasi menggunakan bahasa Indonesia dan di sini Susan dan Tara menggunakan transmitter dari translator. Silakan Bapak.
Baik, terima kasih. Saya izin share slide yang sederhana. Apakah PPT saya terlihat?
Ya, ya. Terlihat, Pak.
Yes.
Baik, saya bicara tentang rehabilitasi mangrove di daerah tsunami area setelah 20 tahun. Saya melihat bahwa partisipasi masyarakat rendah, namun hasil dari rehabilitasi salah satunya adalah sudah ada desa ekowisata. Problem yang saya lihat dalam pengembangan desa ekowisata adalah penguasaan program ini masih sebatas pada kelompok tertentu, sehingga kemudian kelompok-kelompok perempuan dan kelompok anak muda tidak terlalu aktif di dalam desa ekowisata. Pertanyaan penelitiannya adalah bagaimana meningkatkan partisipasi komunitas di dalam lahan mangrove atau partisipasi mereka di dalam menanam vegetasi di lahan mangrove. Karena dari keberhasilan tumbuhnya mangrove dari observasi saya cukup berhasil, tapi partisipasi masyarakat masih cukup lemah. Baru sebatas pengembangan desa ekowisata untuk kalangan dan dikelola oleh orang-orang tertentu saja atau kelompok tertentu saja. Jadi seperti ini yang saya pikir menjadi problem riset saya terhadap rencana kajian di Aceh Jaya, yaitu daerah bekas tsunami 20 tahun. Terima kasih.
Comments, questions? You're all expert researchers now. Sorry, can you put the slide back up, please?
Pak Rahmat, boleh di-share screen lagi, Pak, slide-nya.
So I will ask a question. When you were talking, I heard you talk about women and youth. I don't see those words in your question.
Iya, saya mengartikan community participation increasing itu konteksnya adalah bagaimana pemuda dan perempuan terlibat dalam aktivitas ini.
So I would just challenge you that if they are an important part of your research, would we not see them in your research questions?
Wilayah kajian ini termasuk wilayah yang memiliki kerentanan konteks kemungkinan, kemudian keterbatasan di dalam peningkatan pendapatan keluarga, karena lebih banyak mayoritas itu kepala keluarga laki-laki yang menjadi pencari nafkah.
Asmi, can you maybe make that comment in your language? Because I'm don't think that he's hearing what I'm saying, and I'm probably not saying it appropriately. But basically, what I'm wondering is if the focus is on women and youth, why are we not seeing that focus in the actual stated research questions?
Baik Pak Rahmat, feedback dari Susan adalah apakah perempuan dan
Suaranya tidak terdengar.
halo Pak, terdengar sekarang?
Belum juga terdengar.
Halo, terdengar sekarang Pak?
Sudah terdengar.
Oke, baik. Respon dari Susan barusan adalah apakah perempuan dan youth, remaja, kaum muda itu menjadi hal yang utama dalam atau concern utama dalam penelitian Bapak. Kalau memang iya, mengapa tidak disebutkan secara eksplisit dalam pertanyaan riset di sini? Begitu Pak.
Iya, jadi dalam proses tadi sekitar 2-3 jam sebelumnya saya berpikir sederhana saja, satu pertanyaan yang umum dulu gitu. Baru kemudian nanti saya detailkan. Seperti itu. Boleh saya bercerita lebih banyak?
Mungkin kita tunggu respon dari Susan terlebih dahulu ya Pak ya.
Oke.
So I've just restructured the question slightly to make it more explicit than implicit. So how to increase the participation of women and youth in mangrove land vegetation planting activities. When we talked at the very beginning about what a research question should look like, we said it has to be really clear. We need clarity. We can't, and this is a major issue a lot of times. Sometimes we think that other people know what we're thinking, and they don't. And your committee is going to get lots and lots of proposals. So your research questions have to be really clear and explicit more than implicit. So this is a great question. And I've said this to several groups as I've been going around the room. I thought we were going to do a lot of basic science here. And I'm seeing a lot of social science, which I think is great. I think we need both. And I'm really excited about the potential for building teams where we've got basic scientists working alongside social scientists to understand the physicality of the situation and also the important role of human beings in that ecosystem. Because, of course, human beings are at the center of most ecosystems. But just being really explicit in your research question. If you're going to examine, so for example, the table that went first, which was absolutely fabulous, but thinking about, are we only looking at low-income households, or are we looking at everybody? In this case, we're looking specifically at this population, women and youth. So let's be really explicit about it. But it's a great, great question. And now we're starting to get a bit of gender balance. So we have about 20 minutes left. I'm going to say, is there one more group who might be willing to share today? I know we've been here for a long time. We've been working really hard. I'm so impressed with the level of input and output that we've got so far and how everyone's working together and talking about the research questions. We've already created this wonderful comparative research project. So I'll say, do we have one more group who wants to go, or are we thinking we've had enough for today and we'll pick it up tomorrow morning? And you're all just talking to each other, so
Baik, terima kasih. Mungkin saya stop share screen ya.
Iya, baik Bapak. Terima kasih. Tepuk tangan untuk Pak Rahmat. Dari Aceh ya Pak ya? You're from Aceh Pak?
Iya, dari Aceh Barat.
Terima kasih
Terima
Pak.
kasih kesempatannya.
Okay, so actually we have three presentation already sent. Will you, siapa? Bu Maria will present.
Perfect.
Check.
Richard.
Thank you, Bapak Ibu. My English not so good, but I try. Yeah, a standard comedian says, a little bit different is better than a little bit better. Because the other presentation talk about mangrove, we will talk about peatland. So the task is to make question from one objective. So in our case, there is a forest concession belongs to Pak Ginanjar. Next. The there is a forest area concession in West Borneo, West Kalimantan, and surrounding the forest area concession, there is so many village. The problem is to the villagers, there is no their income, their economic income, beside cutting forest illegally. Yeah. So the problem is, the question is, we want to find a new economic income for the villagers, but until now we still don't know. So that is the research question. And the second, people, jangan cepat-cepat Mbak. People have no other skills for their livelihood. That's why they have only skills for cutting the forest illegally, and then they sell the trees, the wood, to the black market. Yeah. So this is our research question: how to provide insight and skills about agroforestry management. So we want to know agroforestry management. So in that agroforestry activity, they can get new income, beside cutting the forest, And the second, what type of plants are adaptive to the location of the land for agroforestry activity? And in our discussion, because this is our group objective, maybe there is nanas bahasa Inggrisnya apa ya? Pineapple, nanas, and then coffee, in pit there is Liberica coffee, and then jambu mete, jambu mete, and the last question is how to build a market chain when there is product from the village area where they can sell their product so they can get income. That's all. Thank you.
Yay, well done. Questions? Can you put the research questions slide back up? Thank you. Questions for this group?
Yeah.
Yes.
And my team will help me to answer.
Okay, thank you. I just want to know, Pak, are there any perhutanan sosial, social forestry implementation in your location?
dalam bahasa Indonesia ya, Mbak. Jadi mungkin sedikit saya sampaikan bahwa di sekitar area kita ini ada 12 desa. Di beberapa desa ya ada sebagian besar itu penghasilannya atau mata pencahariannya adalah loggers. Nah, jadi kita ingin teori perubahan. Di satu sisi, logger tersebut tidak memiliki kemampuan lain selain loggers. Nah, sementara di sisi lain bahwa ada beberapa areal non produktif ya yang bisa dikembangkan. Jadi memang di satu sisi kita ingin merubah ya karena ini kan natural based solution ya. Jadi kita ingin membawa loggers itu ya dari destruktif yang menebang kayu menjadi lebih konservatif berupa pertanian dengan konsep agroforestry. Jadi memang di sekitar kita belum ada satupun terkait dengan aktivitas atau kegiatan yang bersifat social forestry gitu, Pak. Mungkin ada dari lembaga-lembaga penelitian atau mungkin lembaga yang ingin mendampingi kita untuk melaksanakan kegiatan ini gitu. Kita welcome.
Please help us to translate it, Mbak. Thank you.
So I just have a couple of questions. How to provide insight and skills about agroforestry management. To whom would we be providing that insight and skills? The what, sorry? To the villagers. All the loggers. Yeah. So just being really explicit to provide that insight and skills to the loggers. Yeah. And then in response to a question, you use the phrase theories of change, right? You're going to use theories of change. Did I hear you say that? Yeah. So you can provide the insight and skills to the loggers. My question, and this is a naive question, I do not know. Are they ready to change? Because people won't change unless they're ready, right? When we assess that readiness for change in people and in communities, are they ready to change? This is my naive question.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Susan. The first important thing in Indonesia, maybe it's about economic issue. So if villagers can get better salary or income, I think it's okay for them for change their activity from cutting forest to agroforestry system. It's only about their livelihood. Yeah. Thank you, Bu Susan.
So one of the things we're going to do tomorrow with Better Wi-Fi is look at the literature, right? Because if I'm just going to use this as an example to say, I'll review this again in the morning, but our research questions have to be clear and they have to be doable, right? And so if the people reading the research proposal say, well, how do we know they're ready to change? And you haven't justified that or provided that in the proposal, that might be seen as a gap. But I'm sure there's some literature that you can point to, like a reference. So you can say, we're going to do this for the loggers, and we know they're ready to change because this study was done, or that study was done, or this report was done. So we'll work on that tomorrow. But that was really good. Good answer. Any other questions or comments? Asmi, do you want to try one more before we finish for the day?
Yeah, actually there are 3 more presentation already sent to us, and one And then one more from the Zoom participants. So which one do you prefer, here or in the Zoom?
So I just want to ask you, we're supposed to be finished by 5.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So I think to be fair to the Zoom people, why don't we do a Zoom one?
Okay.
And then the other 3 can go first thing in the morning, because we will carry on in the morning with these and we'll get everybody done, because I'm sure some people might have wanted to think about things overnight or.
Okay. So Ibu Endang Triwahyurini from Universitas Islami Madura. You ready for presentation, Ibu? Halo? Ibu Endang? You want to present? I will count until 10. Ibu Endang? Halo, Ibu. Okay, I think I cannot call her. Why don't we take this opportunity for the participants here?
Let's do one more.
Tadi ada yang kirim dari WRI, kemudian dari IPB, kemudian dari Magister Doctoral Student, Silviculture Tropical Department, terus ada yang mau dari ketiga itu. Volunteer aja. Oke. Dari WRI Ibu Mila Hairunisa. Oh, enggak ada di sini ya? Oh, oke. Mungkin.
See, everybody wants to
Pak
go home
Roba,
now.
Pak
Ask me.
Roba,
You're not paying attention. Everybody wants to go home now.
Oke.
It's late.
Pak Roba. Oke, silakan Pak.
All right.
biar cepat sebenarnya. Oke, selamat sore semuanya Bapak Ibu. Pertanyaan risetnya untuk mangrove sebenarnya. Bagaimana mengevaluasi tingkat efektivitas restorasi dan rehabilitasi dari aspek ekologi dan sosial ekonomi. Sebenarnya mau membangun indikator apa saja yang diperlukan untuk menilai efektivitas restorasi dan rehabilitasi mangrove. Yang kedua, kelanjutannya dari yang pertama, variabel apa saja yang dibutuhkan untuk menilai efektivitas itu, seperti itu. Terima kasih.
So how is this question different from this question? Oh, he doesn't have translation on. How is question 2 different than question 1?
Tidak jauh berbeda ya sebenarnya. Satu, hanya dijabarkan saja. Yang di bawah menguji variabel itu layak tidak untuk menilai efektivitas. How to explain maybe?
So think about that when you're doing your questions. They should be discrete. Sorry, I'm not hearing translation. Anyway, they should be discrete. Also, I'm hoping actually maybe, Tara, can you write this down on a piece of paper or a sticky? Because I'm just thinking to bring these two questions together. Normally, I would force you to come to this conclusion, but it's too late in the day. A way to rephrase this question might be, what factors help us to evaluate the effectiveness of mangrove restoration? Because that brings those two questions together. Also, can I ask this group, because you are the experts, is restoration and rehabilitation, are they the same thing? Are they synonyms? Do they mean it? No, they don't mean the same thing? Okay, that's good for me to know. So would we need two questions? Like, what factors contribute to the effectiveness of mangrove restoration? And what factors contribute to effectiveness of rehabilitation? Are they that different that we should have two questions? Yeah. Good. Good job. Asmi, can we go home now?
Sure. So we finished for today's session. Okay, so give applause for Susan, Sarah, and all of us. And for people who join virtually in the Zoom, please give applause.
Yes, thank you so much for your patience.
Oh yeah, don't forget to fill daily evaluation. So please share the link in the slide.
And also, so we still have presentations tomorrow. So I know not all the PowerPoints have been sent. So that's your homework tonight, to send us the PowerPoint. So tomorrow it'll be smooth and we'll just put them on the slide and you will present.
But also thinking that if people who have already presented, if they think about things overnight or they get inspired by something else, feel free to revise your research questions and share them with us again. That's what we're here for, so that by coffee break tomorrow morning, everybody's got their research questions and they're ready to move on to the next stage. Great work today. I'm really, really impressed with everybody. Well done, everyone.